In her previous life, Wang Xiaojun was a talented and beautiful woman with outstanding work abilities that everyone admired. However, her fate was constantly sabotaged by a treacherous couple who even stole her research results. Unable to endure this situation any longer, Xiaojun decided to report to her superiors to clear her name. But this action led the evil couple to retaliate, hiring someone to directly log her out. When Xiaojun opened her eyes again, she realized she had transmigrated into the character of Cinderella in a science fiction novel she had once read. Worse, this scenario was identical to her previous life. According to the original plot, Cinderella would be tortured her whole life and framed to death by her boyfriend and his lover. Returning to this life, Cinderella decided not to sell herself to die in vain. She was determined to live with the male supporting character, Rest. And so, how Cinderella's counterattack begins, please follow Lisa Manhwa. Opening the story, Lin Ming revealed his displeasure. What evidence did she have to say that Li Li had stolen her research results? Li Li affectionately caressed Lin Ming and then looked at Xiaojun with a mocking gaze. That is right. Who can prove it? He did not forget to add, enough already. Do not forget that when you were desperate, the company let you stay. Hearing these words, Xiaojun was furious. So Li Li was not afraid of the consequences because she had latched onto the boss from the beginning. Unable to bear it any longer, she immediately declared, "Fine, I resign, but do not think you will live in peace. I am going to report you." After speaking, Xiaojun coldly turned and left, leaving Lin Ming and Li Li in the room. Lin Ming's face was extremely unpleasant after hearing her words. If Wang Xiaojun did not know what was good for her, then she could not be kept around. And so, a tragedy occurred when Xiaojun was unprepared. If only I had known. She could only watch helplessly as the truck sped towards her. That protecting her rights would be retaliated against so quickly. The weak, pitiful girl was thrown quite a distance by the truck. Her blood was also all over the documents, but she seemed to have no more chance to report. Do I still have the courage to stand up? The scene shifted to the Research Institute of the Federation. Xiaojun woke up with a start, fearfully looking at her fingers. She did not think that after being hit by a car, she would still be alive. Where is this? At this moment, a man grabbed her hand tightly. Cinderella, even if you remain silent and play dumb, it won't solve anything. Looking at the man in front of her, Xiaojun was a little surprised. Did you just call me Cinderella? Are you Hines? He immediately pushed her aside and angrily scolded. You already have everything. You could even be my wife in the future. Linda has nothing. To compensate, you have to give her the research results. In a short period of time, she completely understood the situation. She knew that she was no longer Xiaojun, but Cinderella. Great. I have transmigrated into a book, transmigrated into a science fiction comic I just read. Even when transmigrating into a book, I still have to face having my research stolen. Her face was thoughtful, but the difference was that this time, her boyfriend Hines said it directly, because his white moonlight Linda wanted it. Seeing things becoming more and more interesting made Cinderella laugh. Before dying, I still had a question. Starting again, would I still stand up? She recalled the memory of her previous life. Lin Ming coldly said to her, Enough already. Do not forget that when you were desperate, the company let you stay. This time, Hines said something bad. You already have everything, so you have to give your research results to her. Cinderella slowly walked towards Hines. Now I have the answer. Hines was surprised and a little happy to hear this. Doing so from the start, it would have saved both of them time. Without saying much, she directly pulled him closer, asking me to give up the research results to your ex-girlfriend. Unable to bear it any longer, she slapped him in the face. Where do you get the face to say that? Cinderella did not forget to clap her hands and angrily continued. It is already hard enough to work, and you still get squeezed. Whoever likes to put up with it can put up with it themselves. She quickly reached out and confirmed the information bracelet, the communicator of the future. At this time, she was secretly thinking, it feels good to hit someone, but if I need to call for help, I should still call. At the same time, Linda also rushed in, frightened. What happened to you, Hines? Seeing her still standing there made her a little angry, and she questioned loudly. Cinderella, we can talk things out properly. Why did you hit someone? Cinderella was still calm as if nothing had happened. What are you acting for? Don't you know he was slapped because of you? She was about to say something more. You misunderstood. I did not. Hines angrily pointed at her face. Why have you become so cruel? How can you be my wife in the future? Hearing these words from his own mouth made her feel nauseous. Being your wife means having to endure grievances. Whoever wants to be that kind of wife can be it. I do not need it. She even had a mocking smile on her lips. Hines, voice rang out, there is a limit to your anger. He slowly stepped towards her and lectured. If you apologize now, I will give you another chance. Otherwise, I can't bear the consequences. Cinderella was about to not be able to bear Hines' words anymore. Return those words to you. If you apologize now, I will give you a chance. She clenched her palm and thought, why is not he here yet? If I really fight, I can't win. At this moment, the figure of a tall man slowly walked towards her. Miss Cinderella, are you okay? His face showed a coldness and a hint of concern. Seeing him appear made her extremely happy. Rest, you are finally here. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the picture-perfect man in front of her. My male god, the male supporting character in the comic, Rest. She remembered that she had read the contents of this book in her previous life. This was a tragic romance comic. The story was gradually told. The female scientist Cinderella and the director of the research institute, Hines, were childhood friends. She originally thought that with his support, she would have the qualifications to research and use her research results to save the entire Federation. But that was just her own interpretation. Until Hines, White Moonlight Linda, came to the research institute, that was also the time when he changed his attitude towards her. Everything had changed. Hines, wanting to pave the way for Linda, stole Cinderella's research results for Linda. At that time, the female lead in the novel only knew how to cry pitifully. Cinderella, because she loved Hines too much, endured humiliation, so she could not see the person who loved her, silently protecting her, the male supporting character Rest. The ending for her was just a very sad story. Hines constantly deceived her feelings and exploited Cinderella, eventually treating her and Rest as stepping stones to climb up. The love story between him and his lover was also told very beautifully. In the end, Hines became the new leader of the Federation, living happily with Linda. But these two people were not so beautiful. Cinderella and Rest, after losing their value, were caught in Hines' trap and died tragically, resting in a deep place in space. And then, the story gradually changed. Such an ending, Cinderella, or now Wang Xiaojun. The scene shifted to the outside, where supercars and vehicles were constantly moving in the air. Cinderella inside the room immediately shouted, "No, I do not accept it." Rest gently lowered his head. "Then your will is my will." This small action of his completely fascinated her. Too handsome, too cool, Rest is really cool to the extreme. She also looked forward to her upcoming life with relish. Why did not the original female lead see such a handsome male supporting character? She should not stubbornly pursue that male lead. Remembering something, Rest turned to question Hines. "Hines, do you want to deal with researcher Cinderella right here at the Research Institute?" Hearing this, he became extremely angry and asked loudly, "This is a matter for our Research Institute. What right does a banished cripple like you have to speak?" He also refused to be outdone and quickly moved closer to Hines, replying, "Only by the fact that I am now the chief guard of researcher Cinderella." Looking at his attractive back and hearing his deep voice made Cinderella extremely fascinated. Who could bear to watch such a beautiful person die sadly, especially someone I fell in love with at first sight? Without thinking much, Cinderella reached out and grabbed Rest's hand tightly. She held his hand tightly and announced, "No, he is not a banished fleet commander." Her face was determined and affirmed. He is a hero who was infected with a disease while protecting the safety of the Federation. Cinderella's words also touched Rest's heart. It was the first time he felt empathy from her. This disease can be cured. One day I will return to that position. But Rest was also very clear-headed when he heard these words. He gently reminded, "Miss Cinderella, everyone knows that after being infected with that disease, it can't be completely cured. You do not need to comfort me like that." Cinderella laughed in surprise when she heard this. She continued to ask, "Rest, do you believe me?" Seeing the two of them acting in such a play, made Hines clap his hands in praise. Great! My girlfriend is so gentle with outsiders after slapping me. Unable to bear his shameless words, she could not help but say, "If you do not speak, no one will say you are mute. Don't you see I am busy?" Not wanting to waste time on this guy, Cinderella shouted out an order. "Also, from today onwards, you are no longer my boyfriend. Rest. Throw this pig out for me." Her words also made Hines extremely embarrassed. "How dare you? Don't forget, I am the chairman of the Federation Conference." This also made everyone who was researching stop and discuss in surprise. What is going on? Mr. Hines and Rest are at odds. How dare Rest do that? Looking at the situation, Cinderella understood something. That is right, after all, he is the person Cinderella likes. Rest at this time also became very embarrassed and secretly glanced at her. If it is just a slip of the tongue said in anger, it will be difficult to do it again when she regrets it. Seeing that he seemed hesitant, Cinderella said unhappily, "He is so arrogant, and you can still put up with it. You are still planning to explain something. He is her boyfriend. Doing so is—" Before Rest could finish speaking, she quickly shook her head and denied, "Stop, stop, stop. Do not say such terrible things anymore. I and he have nothing to do with each other." Afraid that he would not believe her, she quickly gestured. "I know you might not believe me, but I will prove it, I swear." Hearing her say these words, Rest just chuckled and gently stroked her head. "Okay, I believe you. I am just worried that if I throw him out today, he will target you later." For Cinderella, such warm words were more than enough. "I can't take it anymore. How can there be someone so gentle and considerate of others?" The two of them were still acting out their love scene when Hines scolded uncomfortably. "Cinderella, you have to hand over the research results, or I will take back your right to experiment." Cinderella quickly hugged Rest. "You see, this kind of petty person, how could I like him?" At this time, the people in the research institute also rushed over angrily. Rest actually dared to rush over and be disrespectful to Mr. Hines. A waste is still a waste. Self-destruction. They kept pointing at Rest and criticizing him. Why is Cinderella standing with this kind of person? These words made Hines on the side even more smug. "Rest, did you hear that? This is everyone's opinion. When I get back, I will sign the order to eliminate you." Looking at the situation, Cinderella had to sigh wearily. Reading comics can't compare to experiencing it yourself. You have to see it yourself to fully understand Rest's situation. She also knew that many people had discriminated against and cursed Rest, a lonely hero who was always subjected to curses, attacks, and discrimination. Rest knew that the female lead had a boyfriend, so he could not confess his feelings. This made her even more sorry for his fate, but his circumstances created an even greater distance between the two of them. Thinking of this made Cinderella very hesitant about what to do next. Even so, he had never refused the difficult request she had asked of him. The biggest reason for hesitating was because she was afraid that she could not end it. Because she felt too sorry for him, she sadly wiped away her tears. "I finally understand. A perfect male supporting character like Rest is much more pitiful than what I saw." She quickly placed her hand on Rest's shoulder, making him notice. While he still did not understand what was going on, Cinderella smiled encouragingly. "Cinderella, even if everyone despises you, there is still me. I will always stand by your side." After speaking, she continued to step forward and criticize the group. "Do you know why we can safely do experiments here?" She immediately went straight to the front of the group and blamed them. "It is thanks to countless heroes like Rest, who bravely fought on the front lines to win." In this life, Cinderella must take back what belongs to Rest. He is not on the front lines now, is not it? Because he was infected with a strange disease, leaving sequelae. So he was forced to retire. But he still went, without looking back. The more she spoke, the more she felt sorry for Rest's fate. Is this the attitude you treat heroes with? It is really chilling. These simple words made the group extremely embarrassed. Even Hines was angry and speechless. This made Rest on the side very touched. Cinderella. Seeing that the group was still silent, Cinderella scolded loudly, "You guys, apologize to Rest." With no other choice, 8 people in the research institute quickly stepped in front of him. "I am very sorry, I was wrong. I should not have forgotten that battle. Sorry, it was because I did not think carefully before speaking." But Rest was not so easy to forgive. He still kept taunting. "Have you said enough? Even so, Rest has been rude to me. You have the right to deal with him. Cinderella asked someone to take out a report. Don't rush. Look at what this is. Looking at the paper in his hand made his face show a hint of fear. This is a special order for the leader of the Federation to sign. Looking at this face of his made Cinderella even more smug. To protect the safety of researchers with outstanding contributions, the guard team has the right to handle emergency situations. Just report it afterwards. She smiled gently and turned her head to say to Rest, Now my safety is threatened, so you have the right. He laughed when he heard this and looked at the paper in his hand. Miss Cinderella, you really are. He also did not forget to get closer to her and chat with a smile. I realize that compared to me protecting you, I prefer to be protected by you. This made her blush and quickly turn to another direction. Just say what you want to say. Why are you standing so close to me? Although in her heart, she had become extremely happy. How can my heart withstand an attack with beauty? Seeing the two of them intimately combining together like this made Hines scold constantly. Are you sure you want to protect this waste? Now that you are resisting me like this, I won't forgive you. Seeing that he was so talkative, she quickly pointed forward. Rest, what are you waiting for? If he can still say another word, it is because you are not doing your job well. Rest laughed in surprise at her playfulness. Yes, madam. Without thinking much, he stepped forward and overwhelmed Hines, making him scream in pain. How dare you? Feeling that it was still not enough, he used the strength of his hand to tighten his neck. Miss Cinderella told you to be quiet. Did not you hear? Witnessing this scene on the side made Linda scream in fear. It is a rebellion. It is all a rebellion. What are you doing? Let go of Hines. Rest still did not care much, and quickly pushed Hines out. I will see Chairman Hines off. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the room. Cinderella turned her head to look at her and sneered. I think your acting is a little weak. She started to become innocent again. I do not know what you are talking about. She did not hesitate at all and went straight to her. You should know that in this world, there is no wall that wind can't pass through. After speaking, Cinderella overbearingly continued to work. The things you calculate, in the end, will be revealed. Cinderella's gaze towards Linda was just a contemptuous and despicable one. I am not the me I used to be. Behave a little. Do not come and bother me again. A series of these actions of hers made Linda freeze in that moment. Does she know everything? As time passed, outside the research institute, Cinderella walked and chatted. So, is your sequelae serious? Rest smiled and comforted. Don't worry. To protect you, there's no problem. He also did not forget to get closer to her and said, I am serious. Do not chase me away. Seeing him overthinking like this made her helpless, and she turned back to explain. I won't chase you away. Even if you want to go, I won't agree. I just want to understand your situation. These words made Rest a little embarrassed, and he quickly turned his face away, not daring to look directly. When controlling the warship, the symptoms will recur, but when on the ground, there will be no problem. Cinderella listened attentively, as if she had understood something. Let me remember. In the end, it seems that Rest, in order to experiment for the female lead's previous research results, was threatened and seduced by the main villain to go on the warship. And then an unfavorable scene for Rest occurred. But because he ignored his recurring sequelae and stubbornly controlled the warship, even if the experiment was successful, the consequence was very great. He also died tragically at that time. At that time, Rest was extremely desperate, only breathing weakly, waiting for death. The saddest thing was that Cinderella, from beginning to end, did not know that Rest had paid with his life for her. At that moment, a man stepped in front of him. She single-mindedly wants to help Rest get to the highest position. But then Cinderella could not escape the fate of being imprisoned if she wanted to fix Rest's ending. She secretly calculated everything. Then she had to solve the biggest hidden danger, this sequelae. After thinking for a short period of time, Cinderella looked at Rest with pleading eyes. If I said I could solve your sequelae, would you agree to a request from me? Rest laughed when he heard this and gently explained, Miss Cinderella, do not say it is just one request. His eyes were very trustworthy, putting his hand on his chest. You know I can't refuse any request from you. This made her very touched, relying on the love of the male supporting character. Asking this question is really superfluous. She continued to look at him. This means that in front of him, I can do anything at will. She quickly gestured. Bend down here. It is too tiring to always look up when I talk to you. When Rest got closer, Cinderella smiled and explained, to help you solve the sequelae, I also need some of your data. He was stunned when he heard this. What data? Cinderella laughed with relish and kept recounting. For example, chest circumference, waist circumference, hip circumference, and so on. There are also. Before she could finish speaking, Rest's face turned red. You, do not say any more. I will arrange to send it to you later. She laughed and did not forget to continue. These are all basic data. There are also some data about blood and health checkups. Taking the opportunity, Cinderella moved closer to him. Rest, why is your face so red? He did not know what to say in this case, which made her even happier. He is really easy to tease. Cinderella quickly turned away with a twisted look. I am a little tired. Dealing with scumbags is too exhausting. While she was still happy, Rest suddenly made a suggestion. I also have a request. She glanced at him in surprise. Tell me. This time, Rest's face became serious, and he said his wish. Don't worry too much about my affairs. Even if it can't be cured, it is okay. Seeing him be so understanding made her even more appreciate him. He does not have a shred of hope. I must give him more security. In order to not make Rest worry, Cinderella gently put her hand on his shoulder. Rest, you really think too much. You have no other choice. You have to trust me. The intimacy of the two people was also witnessed by Hines hiding at the root of the tree. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he cursed. A lowly waste dares to collude and attack me. His eyes revealed clear hatred. You guys wait. Inside the spacious room, Cinderella focused on research. It is really difficult to eliminate sequelae from contaminated objects. Just thinking about how to solve Rest's problem made her even more focused, but the original owner was not like that. She was not just a weapon designer, she had infiltrated battlefields just to get weapon data and had done some preliminary research on pollutants. This made her even happier, and she laughed. If you consider that pollutant a weapon, then are not these certificates like removing the remaining bugs from the weapon? This is my specialty. Not wanting to waste any more time, Cinderella quickly tied a bandana around her forehead. Sometimes, people need a little motivation to strive for something. She even set Rest's photo as her computer wallpaper. There is no harm in admiring Rest's beauty. As the time turned to late night, Rest was a little touched to see the lights still on in Cinderella's apartment. Working so hard, is it for me? A pensive look appeared on his face as he remembered. Miss Cinderella, I once swore to pay any price for you. Thinking about the things she was doing made him feel even more helpless. I do not want my existence to bring you any danger or trouble. Time passed. Cinderella kept relaxing her body, and finally she found a clue. During that time, she noticed Rest's supercar was still parked there. Seeing his sincerity, Cinderella was a little surprised. He has been waiting all night. I have never met such a stubborn fool. Time quickly moved to the morning of the next day, the sun high in the sky. Seeing Cinderella appear, Rest greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Miss Cinderella. She kept observing his current complexion. He came so early, he explained with a smile. Yes, I went to bed early last night, so I came a little early today. She did not forget to get close to him and tease. Rest, you have touched trash. Should not. You change your clothes. Her words made him directly stunned, touching his clothes with his hand. Rest's cute appearance made Cinderella laugh and tease. My naive Rest, you can't even tell a lie. She quickly got into the car and did not forget to urge, let us go. Today probably won't be peaceful. Only then did Rest slowly touch his face, which was already flushed red. Am I being teased by Miss Cinderella? The scene shifted to the huge, vast research institute. The scientists were a little surprised by the scene in front of them. No way. Does that mean we can't touch him? Cinderella also stepped forward curiously. What are you all looking at? With curiosity, she slowly walked forward to see what was happening. Looking at the notice in front of her, she was a little surprised. Investigation notice. Before the investigation is completed, suspend the research of Project X39. This also made Xiao Qiu a little surprised. She came closer and asked, this is aimed at the project you are currently researching. Is it because of the person you bumped into yesterday? Cinderella was slightly angry at this action. Hines wants to retaliate against me. Then let him try. In the distance, Hines had observed everything. Want to fight with me? His face became extremely vicious at his plan. Don't you know that power is the strongest weapon? On this side, Xiaoqiu was a little worried. Cinderella, are you really not in a hurry? She smiled gently and explained to her, I am in a hurry, but I feel like someone will be even more in a hurry than me. At this moment, Hines also slowly walked over and said, Cinderella, if you admit your mistake to me now and hand over the research results, I can still... Before he could finish speaking, Cinderella turned away triumphantly. Where did a fly come from, buzzing around here in the early morning? Xiaoqiu also bowed her head to Hines. Chairman Hines, I will go to work first. She hurriedly ran ahead, constantly reminding Cinderella, Cinderella, why do not you bear with it a little, otherwise? This made her slightly surprised, and she turned her head to tease. Xiaoqiu, you care about me so much, she hurriedly reminded her angrily. Don't joke around, this is not something to joke about. At this moment, Treason stepped forward and turned his head to look at Cinderella. If you do not have anything to do, why do not you come help me check the data? Seeing him appear made her a little surprised. Treason, are not you afraid of being implicated in my affairs? He calmly explained, I need the data urgently, and as for other things, he would not dare to do anything to me. Cinderella nodded in agreement without thinking too much. Okay, but let me say this first. Consider that you owe me one, and you have to help me do experiments later. Treason readily nodded in agreement. Okay. Xiaoqiu on this side was surprised to see the closeness of the two. This is really not bad. With Treason's status, it is difficult for Cinderella to touch him. On this side, Hines became extremely angry and scolded. Cinderella, you are really something. He uncomfortably watched the back of Treason, who was still discussing enthusiastically with Cinderella. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. It is really hard for her. She has to act to this extent. I do not believe that the project can't succeed without her. At that moment, Linda hurriedly ran over. Hines, did you stop Project X39? He angrily declared to her, It was me. You have to teach a disobedient pet. But these words made Linda very uncomfortable, and she kept blaming him. Don't you know that our side is waiting for data from the X39 experiment? You have been neglecting research for too long. You are using your own project to teach her a lesson. She continued to nag like a woman. You have to find a way to make Cinderella quickly restore the project. Hines obviously did not want to do that. To ask him to beg her, dream on. Seeing that there was no other way, Linda had to put her hand on her chest and add, Don't forget that both you and I need achievements from the projects if we want to be promoted. But Hines still refused and turned his face away. Cinderella is too arrogant. She secretly recalled the past. Maybe it was because the research on the Yingxing defense system had problems before, and she found a solution, so she got praise from the leader. Speaking of this, she started acting again and added, This X39 project is ours. Even if she has achievements or not, we can find a reason to remove her name by then. The main thing is that she has to continue to participate. Linda's words made Hines think again. Hines, it is all for our future. Seeing that there was no other way, Hines had to nod in agreement. I know what to do. Linda laughed softly and touched his body. That is right. You have to comfort her. This made him worried and he put his hand on her shoulder. Won't you be jealous? Linda's face turned slightly red and she replied gently, I am very satisfied that we can start over. Hines's heart was pounding. He hurriedly hugged her in his arms. Me too. Time passed. Cinderella was still focusing on working in the room. It turned out that she was not focusing on work, but was monitoring Hines and Linda's actions. If she knew that, she would not have checked the surveillance cameras. She quickly dropped her computer on the desk and sighed, otherwise my eyes would be sore. Seeing it with my own eyes is more exciting than reading comics. Feeling that her fate was too unfortunate, she was very tired. Cinderella, oh Cinderella, the hat on your head is too green. Just as she was pondering, Treason stepped forward and asked, Are you like that because there was an error in the experiment? She hurriedly stood up and handed him the documents. There is indeed a wrong number. I have marked it. Please take a look. Looking at a series of reports in his hand made him marvel, as expected of you. Realizing that time had passed quickly, Treason immediately suggested, It is late, I will take you out. Cinderella laughed and turned her head to tease him. Based on your progress, there is still enough time. Be sure to do it carefully. While the two were still talking, Hines stepped forward and said, Cinderella, after thinking about it, we do not need to argue to this extent. What do you want? Cinderella turned her head and pointed at her hand, talking to Chalise. Chalise, can you hear a dog barking? He pushed up his glasses very seriously and replied, more precisely, it is forbidden to bring dogs into the research area. The words of the two made Hines so angry that he was boiling with blood. You people. Before Chalise left, he did not forget to carefully remind Cinderella. That is right. Are you free? Let us communicate about the Yingxing defense system. Hearing this, she secretly glanced at her office. Thank you for your kindness, but I still have ledgers to look at. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. Call me if you need anything. Hines followed Cinderella outside and kept questioning, Since when have you been close to the president's son? She calmly replied, President's son, people do not have names. Sure enough, you only pay attention to status. Cinderella did not forget to glare at him. Also, do not ask about my personal life. Remembering his original purpose, he sighed and quickly made peace. I was too angry this morning. I have restored your research rights. In order to express his sincerity, Hines put his hand on his chest. I admit that I was too kind, wanting to help Linda have a solid foundation sooner. But that is also because I value love and righteousness. She looked at him coldly. So what? Hines was still about to raise his hand to do something, so you should feel lucky. The first person I thought of was you. Otherwise, why would not I find someone else to help but find you? Cinderella laughed with some contempt. Why, isn't it because the female lead loves to the point of being stupid? Cinderella immediately turned to another direction and coldly retorted, So I should thank you for paying attention to me. Seeing that she had left, Hines chased after her like a tail. Don't make trouble anymore, Cinderella. It has been 2 days. We can't continue to love each other if you keep throwing tantrums. Very uncomfortable with this action, she immediately pushed his hand aside. Don't come here. Thinking about the things he had done made her very contemptuous. Look carefully, now it is you who needs me. Is this your attitude to ask for help? These words made Hines unbearable. My patience is limited. Cinderella became even more triumphant and moved closer to him. So soon you can't pretend anymore. At this time, he just hated that he could not hit her a few times. You come to my office. We will close the door and discuss it properly. Hearing these unreasonable words made Cinderella laugh. Okay, he said that. We will close the door. She did not forget to secretly think. There are no cameras in his office. Who hits who is not certain. While Cinderella was still walking, a familiar voice rang out. Miss Cinderella, your precious hands are for experiments. Seeing Rest appear made her very expectant. Rest, have you finished the inspection? She kept searching around his body. Where are the needle pricks? Did it hurt to draw blood? Quick, let me see. Thinking about Rest's figure made Cinderella very happy. These muscles, this feeling. Because he was too embarrassed, he kept clearing his throat. He seriously said to her, Who would look at the needle pricks when drawing blood? Just a few simple words were enough to make Cinderella laugh. Oh, is it because I care about you too much? This made everyone around who witnessed it marvel and discuss. Rest is really close to Cinderella now. If someone protects me in front of everyone, I will fall in love with that person too. On one side, Hines could not bear these scenes. Just now you were mocking me, and then you are acting spoiled with another man. Cinderella, have not you seen your own identity clearly? Seeing him acting so strangely made her laugh. Are you angry? Hines uncomfortably walked towards her. What are you doing that you do not know yourself? Realizing that the opportunity had come, Cinderella rushed into Rest's arms and hugged him. So scary, he will hit me if he is angry. This scene made Hines freeze in place for a moment. No, wait, is the person just now, and the person now the same person? Rest gently looked at her and instructed. Don't worry, I will protect you. With me here, no one can hurt you. He also very respectfully reminded Hines, please stay away from Miss Cinderella. Thinking about Hines lingering nearby made him very uncomfortable, otherwise I won't hold back anymore. He kept sticking his tongue out and teasing, am I a part of your play? Unable to swallow this anger, Hines hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face. Okay, very well. At the same time, Cinderella pulled Rest away. Let us go eat. We will just wait for the results of your health check. Time quickly shifted to inside the office. Sitting opposite Cinderella, Rest explained with some worry. Just now your colleagues were passing by. Maybe we need to keep a little distance. After all, I am now. Before he could finish speaking, Cinderella interrupted. Rest, I have a secret that I have never told anyone else. Her face became very pitiful. That is, I am sick. These words made Rest freeze in place. He really could not believe this fact. Sick. Let me help you make an appointment with a doctor. He did not forget to stand up and put his hand in front of Cinderella. You have to check again. She lowered her head and said with a very sad face, No need. I know what disease I have. Her eyes looked very pitiful. This disease, it can't be cured. She did not forget to pull Rest closer. Come closer. I do not want others to hear. While Rest was still looking forward to it, she whispered, Actually, I have a disease where I like to touch people. But all of this was her calculation. Everything can be fabricated outside. Thinking about how she could have close contact with Rest made her even happier. If Rest does not have a sense of security and is afraid of implicating me, then I will hold him too tightly by my side. His face gradually became serious, and he asked worriedly, I have never heard of this kind of disease. Is it dangerous? Cinderella gently held his hand tightly and said in a serious tone, It is because I was hurt before, so I lack a sense of security. I need to have physical contact with you. This made Rest very uncomfortable, and he shouted, Is it because of Hines? Cinderella turned her head and rummaged in her bag for something. I admit that I did it on purpose just now, because I saw. She quickly showed him the scene of Hines hugging Linda. I really can't accept it. Seeing her so aggrieved made Rest almost unbearable. That is too much. I was too light on him when I beat him up last time. Seeing him so worried about her made Cinderella happy in her heart. Hines, oh Hines, a scum like you also has some value. Cinderella's face became so pitiful that everyone wanted to protect her. Do you still want to stay away from me now? Hearing her say this, he gently rubbed her head and comforted. I am very happy that I can make you feel at ease, but Hearing him say this, Cinderella calmly stirred the coffee in her hand. Although Rest has softened, it is still impossible to get it done in one shot. The mission is too difficult. Let us consider it a good start. Remembering something, she smiled and turned her head to look at him and suggested, Then can we often get closer when no one is around? He blushed shyly and hurriedly agreed. I am fine, if it is to cure the disease. This made her very happy, and she put her hand out to him. Let us hook our fingers. You can't always say the sentence, keep your distance. Rest smiled and made a promise with Cinderella, okay? Very quickly the scene shifted to the health check hospital. At this time, the doctor held the result in his hand and said, Rest, the test results are out. In your body. He looked at Cinderella with some worry. We have an obligation to keep it secret. Your relationship with this young lady is... Cinderella smiled and put her hand out to explain, I am his family. Rest blushed and nodded to confirm, she can listen. The doctor was relieved to hear this. Family is good. Family is good. You always come to check by yourself. I was worried that no one would take care of you. Cinderella very enthusiastically put her hand on her chest and declared, Don't worry. I will take good care of Rest. The doctor continued to hold the announcement in his hand and read out the results. The pollution index in your body is very strange. Logically, with that amount, you should be in a coma. He continued to point to the information on the report. But you are extremely awake. I guess that when you were being polluted, you also absorbed some antibodies. This made the doctor's face become very serious. I do not know what the antibody is, but we can't filter it out of Rest's body. We can't destroy the balance. In short, we lack research material. Cinderella listened and thought and then nodded in response. I understand. We have to find a way to get the same kind of research material. Seeing her thinking so deeply made the doctor a little surprised. The Weapon Research Institute has analyzed all the things related to the battlefield in recent years. Are you determined to study that pollutant? His face glanced at Rest with some worry. This child Rest has suffered a lot of hardship, and it was difficult to fulfill his dream. He had to suffer this kind of thing, really? Cinderella's face broke into a confident smile, and she quickly replied to the doctor, I have a clue. Do not worry, I will try my best. Time quickly shifted to the morning of the next day. The supercar galloped on the long road. Cinderella was very interested in chatting. Rest, you are right, it feels much better to drive and enjoy the wind. She secretly thought, it is just right to go out and get acquainted with the new residents. Rest laughed and looked at her and suggested, I have another game, hold on tight. He suddenly accelerated, causing Cinderella to be a little scared, and hurriedly yelled, You are going to accelerate without saying a word. At this time, Rest noticed a white car following in the rearview mirror. His face was very uncomfortable, as if he had guessed something. Seeing him a little nervous, Cinderella asked worriedly, What is wrong? At the same time, she suddenly noticed different cars rushing over. At this time, the two people's car was surrounded by 3 white cars. Rest kept a calm attitude, it is aimed at us. His face gradually became serious, because he was afraid that Cinderella would be in danger. Cinderella, if you are scared, close your eyes. Realizing that the opportunity had come, he immediately braked hard. Just as he expected, the car behind accidentally crashed into his car. A loud explosion rang out. The 2 white cars right next to them also immediately crashed into each other, a very chaotic scene. The cars gradually changed directions quickly forward. Seizing the opportunity, Rest slammed on the gas and sped forward. Looking at the scene just now made Cinderella very surprised. This kind of speed and drama is really exciting to watch. But the high speed made her somewhat tired, but she wanted to forget the real feeling. At this moment, Rest suddenly braked hard, causing her heart to stop. Cinderella angrily turned her head to look at him and shouted, What the hell is it this time? Blocking the front of the 2 people's car was a group of young men waiting there. Renault laughed and kept tapping on the car window while chatting. Dear cousin, it is really difficult to invite you. I can only come here myself. He smiled strangely, staring at Cinderella. This lady has an unusual relationship with you, right? Don't you introduce her? Rest slowly unfastened his seatbelt, preparing to step outside. You wait in the car. Do not come down. Cinderella tried to remember. Renault, I remember in the comics he looks very similar. As soon as he got outside, Rest directly grabbed Renault's collar. This made him a little surprised. You are making a move. You are angry. Rest kept reminding him, Renault, you have to understand that I do not want to see you because it is too troublesome. Not because I am afraid of you. But Renault looked very smugly at his car. At this time, Cinderella also slowly stepped forward. She seriously suggested, How can you talk while holding him like that? Let him go. Having no other choice, Rest could only let go of Renault's collar. I have nothing to say to him. This scene made him surprised to witness. Rare. It is the first time I have seen my cousin listen to someone like that. After thinking for a short time, he continued to recount, without much more words, I know where the stuff you need is. Do you dare to come? Immediately the 2 sides stared at each other, as if wanting to devour each other alive. At this time, Rest laughed and looked at Renault in front of him. How do I know if you are lying to us? She secretly looked at the boy with blonde hair and an arrogant look. There is no such paragraph in the original story. It seems that my coming here has changed the plot. Just thinking about him made her somewhat uncomfortable. I remember this Renault hates Rest very much. Hearing this, he laughed in surprise and quickly scratched his head. Giving up the research material right in front of your eyes because you are scared. A strong warship commander is only like this. He even let go of his hands and kept shaking his head. It seems that the rumors were wrong. Rest felt that the situation was not good, and hurriedly stood in front of Cinderella. Renault, you have been jealous of me since you were little, and since my parents had an accident, you have been even more uncomfortable about the fact that my parents implicated your family. Realizing that the situation was gradually going in a different direction made her freeze. Wait a minute, this is not right. The matter of Rest's parents is his biggest taboo. But he can comfortably say it in front of me. Thinking of this made Cinderella very touched, and she laughed. This person is really trusting me like this. How should I repay it? Rest's face was slightly uncomfortable, and he quickly replied to him. I just finished the test. Your side already knows the results. Do you think I can trust you? Renault's subordinates were already showing discomfort at this time. What are you talking about? Be careful. You waste. But Renault kicked his subordinates aside. Get out of the way. Can't you see? I am talking. What are you interrupting for? This made Cinderella even more focused on thinking if the content of the plot can be changed. She continued to look at the boy right in front of her. Then I do not know what Renault's attitude is like. He waved his hand comfortably and explained, Cousin, I am just concerned about you, so will you agree to my invitation? Rest looked at Cinderella worriedly. It is nothing if it is just me, but Cinderella will definitely take risks for me. After thinking for a short time, he immediately refused. I can't trust you. This made him even more uncomfortable. Then there is nothing more to say. While the two sides were still preparing to engage in a dispute, Cinderella suddenly said, Wait a minute. She smiled and stepped forward, looking at Rest, who said, We do not agree. Why do not you wait for others to finish speaking? Her words also made Renault a little surprised. Rest kept trying to persuade her. Miss Cinderella, listen to me. He is very dangerous. But she felt that this matter was quite interesting. Dangerous? Is he as dangerous as the battlefield? Don't forget, you and I are both people who have been to the battlefield. This also made Renault laugh and raise his eyebrows in surprise. You really are not like what I investigated. Cinderella seriously put her hands on her hips and questioned him. What did you investigate? Saying I am stupid, infatuated with love. If you really believed that, you would not have come to us. Cinderella's ability also made Renault laugh in praise. It seems that this time, my dear cousin has better eyes. Remembering the main topic, Cinderella went straight to the point. I am very happy that you think so too. Tell me, where is the research material? She quickly approached Renault even more. It is definitely not on the battlefield. If it was, then your news would not be valuable. Renault's face showed a very cruel smile. Of course. He also took out a piece of paper to her. I can share the news freely with you, as long as you can survive to get it. On the road back home, Rest drove, while worriedly reminding Cinderella, It is okay for me to go alone. You should not go. But she still stubbornly held the paper in her hand. No way. I have not been to an auction house yet. I want to go. In her hand was the Horbono's auction house. Time 1 week later. Note. Each invitee can bring one person. Just thinking about Cinderella being in danger made Rest even more worried. If you want to go, I can go with you to other auction houses. But the Horbono's auction house is not the same. His words made her even more curious. Not the same in what way? Rest drove while slowly recounting. Because the Horbono's auction house is an underground auction house, it even auctions human bodies. It is extremely dangerous. This made her even more thoughtful looking at the invitation. So, he gently put his hand towards her and suggested, So give the invitation to me. I will go by myself. Cinderella immediately replied when she heard this, So it is possible that Renault is not lying to us. I still want to go. Suddenly the car braked abruptly, in a strange way. Seeing Cinderella standing up like that made Rest very angry. Cinderella, these words also made her freeze in surprise. You do not call me Miss Cinderella anymore. He slowly lowered his tone. This is not the time to joke around. Cinderella looked at him with an unusually serious expression. Do you think I am joking? After saying that, she slowly reached out her hand towards him. I have always been concerned about things about you. You worry about me. I also worry about you. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she looked at the person she loved. You want to make me worry, these words made Rest suddenly blush. While everything was about to reach a climax, the phone suddenly rang. Very uncomfortable, but Cinderella could only connect, no matter who it is, but it is best if there is a real emergency. Hines' angry voice rang out loudly. Cinderella, why are not you coming to work? Where did you run off to? These words made her look down on him and reply as if nothing had happened. It is Hines. Has not my project been suspended already? Where I go is my business. He could not bear it anymore and kept urging unreasonably. I said I have restored your research rights. You quickly seized the time to catch up with the progress. Cinderella was very disdainful when she heard this. You say suspend and suspend, restore and restore. Seeing Cinderella say such words made Hines stunned. Then what do you want? She laughed triumphantly and quickly mocked. Didn't I say it already? Begging me. You have to have a proper attitude, he angrily scolded. Cinderella, do not get carried away. Seeing Linda still talking nonsense, she directly hung up the phone. It is nothing, just a harassment call. Do not pay attention to him. Rest on the side was a little angry. I heard you call him Hines. Cinderella gently turned her head to explain, "It was Hines who called, so that is why I said it was harassment." Rest curiously slowly turned his face to another direction. "It was not like this before. You would not talk to him like that." Just thinking about the things that had happened made him not dare to believe the truth. "And you would not." While he was still sad, Cinderella slowly approached. Not what? Wouldn't care about him like that. She gently put his head on the back of the chair. Sitting on Rest's body, Cinderella smiled and asked, "Rest, are you not paying attention to what I am saying again?" He was startled when he heard this and hurriedly explained, I am." His heart was still beating non-stop. Rest's voice was somewhat trembling, but he was somewhat strange. "But I can't just accept your feelings without giving anything back." Cinderella also sat back in her seat. Seeing that he was still politely keeping his distance made her somewhat helpless. This damn politeness. The more Cinderella thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. "I do not even need it, but you keep being anxious and hesitant about this." This made her quite uncomfortable. Seeing her attitude made Rest somewhat surprised. Sure enough, Miss Cinderella is starting to hate me. He slowly sat away from her and thought, but this body of mine, and this identity too, are all troublesome things. Even so, Rest unconsciously reached out his hand towards Cinderella. "Before solving it, no matter what I say, I am not sure I can do it." For some reason, he retracted his hand. But me. While Rest was still embarrassed, Cinderella sighed. "Forget it. I knew that from before. I will accept it all." His hands started trembling. This made her slightly surprised. "Rest, what is wrong with you?" He turned his head to look at her in a panic. "What did you say forget? What are you not satisfied with me?" This time, Rest took the initiative to hug Cinderella directly. Seeing him take such action made her somewhat stunned and hurriedly explained, "Rest, that is not what I meant." But he still looked at her with infatuated eyes. "Miss Cinderella, do you think I can get better?" She laughed and encouraged him when she heard this. "Of course you can." Rest blushed and looked at her. "Then let us make an agreement, okay?" His words also made her very confused. What agreement? His face became serious and he announced, "If my body gets better, I will tell you a secret." This made Cinderella very eager, as if she could not wait any longer. It is coming, finally. Rest is about to confess to me." Her heart was happy at this time, as if there was no sadness. "That is great. Finally I have made the stone understand my heart." She gently grasped Rest's hand tightly. "Don't worry, even if I die, I have to cure your illness." Rest was somewhat embarrassed, and hurriedly glanced in another direction. "Don't say these things anymore. In everything I want you to be safe and happy the most." With just warm words, Cinderella's heart was moved. "Rest." She gently moved closer to him. "I will confirm again. Rest is not a person in the pages. Rest is a person." Her face turned slightly red. Rest's hand gently touched her face at any time. He looked at her with worried eyes and suggested, "I hope that you will always put your safety first, so the matter of the auction, or—" Cinderella stubbornly shook her head to explain, "Rest, you know, you always think that you are implicating me, but the truth is that no one has ever thought of me first like you." Realizing that there was not much time left, Cinderella quickly opened the door and stepped outside. Seeing him still sitting there, she said, "You are still worried about my safety, right? Follow me." The two people returned to Cinderella's familiar apartment together. "Welcome, this is the first person to see my training room." Inside, there were sandbags that she had prepared, and Hines's photo was also drawn all over there. This made Rest somewhat surprised to witness. "I only thought that you had outstanding intelligence." She held a dart in her hand and threw it straight ahead. Her face was very expectant to see where the result of this dart would go. "You did not think that I was a person with both literary and martial talent, right?" The dart coincidentally hit Hines's photo directly. Seeing her act so accurately made Rest even more stunned. At this time, Cinderella turned her head to look at him. "What? Do you still want to see my ability? See if I am qualified to go to the auction," he blushed and said when he heard this. "Miss Cinderella, really?" Seeing him turn away, she hurriedly ran after him. "Really, what?" He blushed and glanced at her. "Really, very cute." Remembering something, Cinderella quickly got into battle-ready mode. "Come on, try how strong I am." She did not forget to poke him straight. A moment later, Cinderella was somewhat tired, a little dizzy, Rest hurriedly supported her hand. Sorry, it is because I could not control my strength. But she still did not give up and clenched her hands tightly again. One more time. I am not done yet. It seemed that Cinderella was very determined to think. Anyway, I have practiced martial arts before. How can I not be able to withstand one move from Rest? This made her unwilling. That is too embarrassing. Seeing Cinderella being so stubborn made Rest somewhat embarrassed. Or, do not do that anymore. She did not bother to listen and directly attacked. Don't waste words. Take the move. Rest caught Cinderella's arm. His strength was something that she could not resist. Seeing him act like that made Cinderella very annoyed. Rest hurriedly ran after to explain. Sorry, it is because I have a conditioned reflex. She nodded in response. I understand, although her head had become very uncomfortable. This is a future comic world, very different from my world. She thought in silence. The measure of strength is not the same. Rest kept running after her. Did I hurt you? It is my fault. Cinderella sighed and turned away with a look of frustration. Originally, I wanted to show you a little of my ability. Now, it is good. He blushed and approached her and said, I have been practicing martial arts since I was born, and I joined the fleet later. Fighting with me is just an everyday thing. He pressed his hand on Cinderella's face and teased, You chose the wrong opponent. My combat ability is also number 1 or 2 in the Federation. Hearing him say this, Cinderella slowly turned her face to another direction. That is right. I forgot about this. Realizing something, Rest turned his head to look around inside the room. He approached Cinderella and said his thoughts. But you really reminded me, you have the ability to protect yourself in the auction. It turned out that what he noticed just now was Hines' photo. You can use weapons to supplement yourself. This made Cinderella immediately understand. You mean these darts? She quickly took the dart to examine it with a puzzled expression. Besides being able to stab this bastard in the face, what other use can it have? Rest gently took the dart in her hand. Be careful not to get hurt. She became very embarrassed when she heard this. What is the difference between saying this and saying it normally? He continued to point forward at the clock and explained, My subordinates will bring the materials here in a while, or I will tell him to bring them here. Cinderella was very curious. Bring what? He rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to explain. You will know soon. Seeing Cinderella still standing there blankly, he smiled and asked, That is right. Do you want to eat anything? Let me make it for you. Time passed. Rest showed his cooking skills. Delicious food was constantly cooked carefully by him. Rest was indeed a man who was both handsome and knew how to cook delicious food. This made Cinderella sit on one side and watch, without taking her eyes off. Men who know how to cook are really attractive. Hearing this made him somewhat frozen. What did you just say? Cinderella's attitude was still very happy, and she praised. I said your appearance while cooking for me is very attractive. These words made Rest blush while frying eggs in a panic. At this moment, the doorbell rang, causing Rest to notice. According to habit, he quickly stepped outside. I will go open the door. Realizing that something was wrong, Cinderella hurriedly stood up and warned, You have not taken off your apron yet. Rest did not pay attention to these words and quickly opened the door. The subordinate was somewhat frozen to see the scene of Rest wearing an apron. The more he thought about it, the more incomprehensible he felt, not daring to believe his eyes. Boss, why are you washing your hands and cooking? Didn't you say that a man's hands are for protecting the country? These words made him freeze on the spot. The subordinate did not forget to come closer and tease in a low voice. Could it be that you have a new job, being kept? Seeing that he was still talking nonsense, Rest was somewhat speechless. Stop talking nonsense. Where are the materials? Did you bring the stuff? The subordinate was very cautious and quickly took out a box and muttered, It is all in here. Without hesitation, he slowly reached out his hand towards the box. Did it go smoothly? Did anyone give you trouble? He thought for a while and angrily recounted. Those ungrateful people saw that you were injured and in hiding, and everyone disappeared. As soon as he looked at the scene in front of him, the subordinate froze in place for a moment. Cinderella stepped forward to greet. Hello. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. You are the person who is keeping my boss, as beautiful as a porcelain doll. She smiled and shook her head and waved her hand to explain. Thank you for your compliment. If you want to think like that, it is not that it is wrong. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask questions. It is okay for you to find another job, but what if that scientist finds out? Could you be fired if you do that? Rest immediately hit him and reminded him, there is no could be, she is that scientist. This subordinate was somewhat surprised and quickly scratched his head in confusion. Then you do not need to come to the house yourself, taking care of people to the point of the kitchen. Could it be that later? Seeing that he was too talkative, Rest kept pushing him out. All right, you can go. After the door of the room was closed, Rest also explained to Cinderella, that is my deputy head. The personality is not bad. Just talks a little too much, does not know when to stop. He was still about to say something. If it bothers you, Cinderella hurriedly shook her head. No way, it does not bother me. I even feel. Her face turned slightly red and she explained, I really like listening to the things he says. Not daring to look directly at her face, Rest hurriedly turned his face away. Let us eat first. There is still something to discuss later. After a while, Rest slowly placed the box down below the table. I asked Bruno to find some information about the Horbono's auction house. He quickly opened the suitcase to examine it. In addition, I also prepared weapons for you. It seemed that he cherished this thing very much. This is something my father left me. Looking at the beautiful bracelet in front of her made Cinderella very surprised. You said this is a weapon. It looks no different from an ordinary piece of jewelry. Rest quickly leaned over to examine it. Come on, let us try it. Afraid that she would be in danger, Rest worriedly reminded her. Be careful, do not touch it indiscriminately. He continued to look forward and explained, this is a kind of crossbow that can transform. When my father was young, he found inspiration from an ancient book. He held the bracelet while thinking back. In order for Cinderella to understand more easily, Rest kept touching the bracelet and loading bullets. If you do not open it, it is just an ornament. No one will see it. He quickly leaned close to her body and reminded, it will have the best effect when used to attack sneakily because it can't be prevented. The arrow immediately shot straight forward. Perhaps because it was made of metal, it flew extremely quickly and accurately. In just a few seconds, the arrow had been stuck straight towards Hines' photo. Holding the bracelet in her hand made her somewhat stunned. Rest smiled gently. Using it to hit people sneakily has the best effect because it can't be prevented. Seeing him being so good to her made her very cherished. Isn't this the kind of hidden weapon like in my previous life's world? I did not expect to see it in the story. Remembering something, Cinderella worriedly turned her head and asked, you said this is something your father left behind. Would not it be too wasteful if I gave it to you? He laughed gently and explained, it won't be wasteful if you use it. Rest's face carefully looked at her. I would be happy if I knew. Cinderella looked at the bracelet in her hand with some cherishment. Could it be a thing that parents pass on for their son to give to his lover? In every book. Thinking of this, she happily approached Rest and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I have received your token of love. I will definitely protect you well. Cinderella's face showed a bright and expectant smile. Seeing her being so stubborn, he had no choice but to say, okay, you protect me, she hurriedly replied shyly. I mean, we protect each other. Remembering something, Rest smiled and reminded, but now we have to seize the time to investigate some information about the Horbono's auction house. He was still about to say something when Cinderella approached. Wait, you're not going to deny that it is a token of love, right? He blushed and turned his body away, not daring to look directly into her eyes. It is an important thing, so you have to give it to an important person. This made Cinderella suppress a sigh, not denying, temporarily considered as progress. She gently put her hand on his shoulder and reminded, this answer is still not enough. I am still not satisfied. Rest hurriedly turned his head and looked at her in fear. Then what do I have to do to make you satisfied? He gently put his hand on his chest. As long as I can do it, except. Cinderella laughed and quickly touched his cheek. Just like this. It feels so good. Her actions had made him blush to the point of embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Cinderella very enthusiastically raised her hand and said loudly, all right, let us go to the next activity. Rest carefully slowly opened the map. This is a partial map of the inside of the auction house. The exits include these places. He kept carefully observing the map in his hand. Besides, all the Horbonos auction participants would disguise themselves a bit. Cinderella understood the reason this time, to avoid being recognized by others. Rest nodded seriously, explaining the reason behind it. It was for the head of the auction. A mysterious and important figure, he mentioned. Every time I appear, I have a different form. Unknown age, unknown gender. Boss is called Khadikis. His voice echoed inside the room, but I control many trading markets in the underworld. Everyone wants to get close to me. Cinderella seemed to understand more. Because I like to disguise myself, the guests have to disguise themselves too. Rest nodded to confirm, not forgetting to add, everyone thinks so, so disguise has implicitly become a basic rule. She curiously turned to look at him. Sounds like you have a different idea. He was somewhat embarrassed and did not dare to meet her eyes. Maybe I just like to tease, watching others get embarrassed. During that time, Cinderella secretly calculated everything. The novel never mentioned Boss Ka. Maybe this is a hidden plot. She secretly glanced at Rest on the side, thinking, looking at Rest like that, he must know this person. Then why does not he want to talk much about it? The thought of Rest hiding so many things from her made her extremely tired. Rest, you really have a lot of secrets. Seeing her suddenly lie down, Rest froze. Cinderella, are you okay? She nodded to confirm, slowly reaching her hand forward. I am okay. Help me up. Hearing that, Rest immediately used force, causing Cinderella to be quickly pulled up. Unfortunately, she bumped straight into his chest. In the afternoon, Cinderella hurriedly turned away, holding her nose. It is all your fault, using so much force, and your pecs are too hard. He blushed embarrassedly, explaining, sorry. To maintain my physical strength, I have to train regularly. This opportunity allowed them to understand each other even more. I did not mean to blame you, but Rest. Cinderella looked directly into his eyes and asked, you keep waiting and apologizing. Do you really not understand any romance? Hearing that, Rest turned red and looked in another direction. It is late, I should go back. Seeing him walking so awkwardly, Cinderella could not bear it. You still have to pick me up tomorrow. Stay here tonight, the guest room is on the right. Hearing that, he was slightly startled. Okay, Miss Cinderella. As soon as he stepped outside, Rest carelessly bumped his head into the door. Seeing her made him even more embarrassed. Good night, see you tomorrow. Just thinking about living in the same house with her male god made Cinderella look forward to it very much. Such a handsome and innocent man was missed. This female lead is really not just normally blind. Time quickly shifted to the next morning. The sound outside made Cinderella slowly step outside. Who is it? Out of habit, she opened the door to see who was bothering her. Hines was holding a bag of food, standing right there. Besides me, who else would bring you breakfast so early in the morning? Cinderella was speechless. Did you take the wrong medicine? Her face became unpleasant when she saw his actions. I do not believe you are suddenly being so kind. He said seriously, explaining, I bought all your favorite things. This made Cinderella somewhat disdainful. You say these are all my favorite things. Hines put his hands in his pockets, trying to look cool. What is wrong? Are not you very touched? As long as you come back, I can. Before he could finish, Cinderella took the bag of food and handed it back to him. Hines, do not do anything superfluous. These are all things Linda likes to eat. You even bought them for her before. Seeing his dazed face made her even more amused. What is wrong? Bought breakfast for 2 people and delivered it to the wrong person. At that moment, Rest also stepped outside. Cinderella, what is wrong? Seeing his familiar face made Hines freeze on the spot. Rest, why are you here? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. You two were together last night. Cinderella sighed, realizing she had gone a bit too far. I am done for, I forgot about this. Her face gradually became thoughtful, and she asked Hines, if I said we were together last night for work, would you believe it? Hines' face clearly showed his discomfort. Cinderella, do not forget that we have not broken up yet. Hearing that, she laughed in surprise. If you did not mention it, I would have forgotten. Thinking about the trouble she was involved in made her extremely headache. In the story, the female lead broke up with Hines once, but because the experimental results had problems, Hines coaxed the female lead back. This time, she secretly glanced at Rest on the side. Not coaxing, but successfully deceiving her feelings. After that, Cinderella was still ignored, used, and became their stepping stone. Feeling that he was too annoying, Cinderella quickly closed the door. Really, we have broken up. You have your white moonlight. Do not bother me anymore. This made Hines freeze for a moment. You said that now, in front of this sissy, you want to break up with me? She unhappily turned around and retorted, he is not a sissy. He is the strongest fleet commander of the Federation. Even if she said that, Hines' face still showed disdain. For a disabled fleet commander who was forced to retire, now can only be a bodyguard. His face gradually became complacent. You broke up with me just for this useless thing. Cinderella did not show any fear and retorted, didn't you always dislike me? Now I am all yours and Linda's. What are you still angry about? This made him immediately stunned. That is right. What am I angry about? Once again, Hines unhappily glanced at Cinderella. It must be angry that she dared to say break up with me. While he was still feeling uncomfortable, Rest stepped forward and said, please stay a safe distance away from scientist Cinderella. This action made him even more uncomfortable. This impolite guy. He simultaneously used his hand to pull Cinderella back. But even so, Hines did not give up. Cinderella, have you thought it over? A small scientist without power or influence like you, without my help, you can't even protect your experimental project. He still thought Cinderella was the same as before. You really want to lose a backer like me? Rest stood in front of Cinderella, somewhat puzzled. Rest, thinking about his evil actions, made him unable to bear it. Cinderella is not a small scientist, is a person who can fix the Silver Star defense system, is a high-level scientist praised by the leader himself. Seeing him protecting her made Cinderella extremely touched. Even though he is not good at talking, he is saying words to protect me. Hines unhappily kept mocking Rest. So what? Who is not a high-level scientist? I am also the chairman of the Federation Conference. I have enough ways to interfere with your results. He quickly grabbed his collar and questioned, do you know what you are saying? His face gradually became unpleasant, and he said, Cinderella's research project is related to national defense and the military, even countless soldiers on the front lines. Hearing that, Hines laughed and quickly mocked. National defense and the military can't be affected by one person. He looked at his current face with some hatred. I think you should be the one who understands this the most. Rest. He even stepped closer, pointed at him and blamed, without you, your legion is still doing very well. Seeing the two arguing for so long made Cinderella somewhat tired. I almost forgot. The latter part of the story also has war. Love is needed. Career is also needed. Cinderella quickly separated the two. Okay, stop talking. She turned to look at Rest and gently comforted, don't worry, no one can take my project. Turning to look at Hines, her face was slightly unpleasant. The main stage of the X-39 research project is about to enter the most important part. Everyone give in a little. This made him even more uncomfortable, gnashing his teeth. Are you sure that I need this research result that much? But Cinderella understood him better than anyone. Otherwise, what? Don't you want to be promoted? Hearing her say that, his attitude completely changed. Okay, if you take this out to threaten me, then I have nothing to say. The incident just now still made him extremely angry, and he pointed directly at Rest's face. But today you were impolite to me. I will demand it all back in the future. After speaking, he angrily turned and left. At this time, Cinderella also took the bag of food that he had bought for her. She did not show any courtesy, and directly threw the bag of food aside. Okay, dealt with the troublesome guy. Let us have breakfast and go to the research institute. Seeing Rest still standing there, Cinderella quickly approached. Don't worry, you are my chief guard. He can't do anything to you. His eyes looked at her with some worry. It is not that I am afraid of being squeezed by him. Is your situation at the research institute that difficult? She gently pushed Rest to sit down on the chair and explained, I am the designer and main setter of the Silver Star defense system. Just based on this, the director will also protect me. Hearing her say that also made Rest somewhat relieved. You mean Director Hart? It is rumored that he is always strict and conservative, not close to other scientists. This made Cinderella extremely complacent, laughing and recounting. That is why his son Chalice has shown goodwill to me. She kept opening the refrigerator to take out food and recount the unfinished story. If Hines wants to be promoted, then he must take the director's position. Will the director just let it be? Realizing that time was running out, Cinderella carefully placed breakfast on the table. So do not worry about me, come on, taste the cooking ability of the bread that I like the most. Rest was somewhat stunned when he looked at this scene. He felt heartache when he looked at her simple breakfast now. Why do not you take care of yourself? Cinderella still did not care much, and continued to enjoy the delicious bread. So you have to take good care of me, you know, Mr. Chief Guard. Rest held the teacup in his hand, and calmly enjoyed it. Looking at her innocent and beautiful face, he gave a strange smile. Do you know, Cinderella, I am willing to pay with my life for you. Cinderella slowly stepped out of the car. Rest looked at his watch in surprise. The time is just right, arrived on time. She laughed and winked at him. Remember to wait for me after I get off work. Let us go to the clothing store together. Now go with me to get some reports. The director has sent a new report to me. These words made Rest's little heart flutter. Okay then, let us go together. Cinderella and Rest walked forward side by side. Observing everything from above, Hines was somewhat disdainful. Really, it is outrageous. The sound of knocking on the door rang. Linda stepped inside. He loudly ordered, inform everyone, words and actions must be correct. Strictly prohibit bringing personal relationships into work. Linda immediately froze on the spot. What? Hines heard his girlfriend's voice and was startled, turning around. It is you. Forget it. It is nothing. He gently hugged her in his arms. Cinderella has agreed to come back to continue research. This made her somewhat angry and sulky. You won't promise her anything, right? Hines was somewhat guilty and hurriedly turned his head in another direction. No, she is just a useful tool. Looking at this expression on his face also made Linda notice. Is it my illusion? Recently, Hines seems to be very concerned about Cinderella. On this side, Cinderella walked with Rest on the long corridor. The two walked and chatted with each other very happily. At that moment, Linda suddenly blocked the two. Cinderella, is it convenient to talk privately? Rest turned to look at her, signaling. Then I will go first. While he was preparing to leave, Cinderella suddenly pulled his hand. You do not need to avoid it. She continued to look at her scheming face. If there is anything, just say it. Without hesitation, Linda quickly probed. What is your relationship now? Contrary to her attitude, Cinderella sternly reminded, if you want to ask about this, then go back and find Hines. She put on a pitiful act, placing her hand on her chest, sadly explaining, No, why are you so easy to get angry? I just came to apologize to you. Hearing that, Cinderella frowned with an unpleasant expression. Apologize for what? She continued to put her hand on her chest, taking all the blame on herself. We had misunderstandings before. It is all my fault. Definitely do not let that affect the research progress. Seeing Linda put in so much effort made Cinderella somewhat surprised. The smell of green tea is too strong. If you can't be hard, then pretend to be soft. Seeing her approach made her also afraid and backed away. You, what do you want to do? She coldly looked at her and announced, I will conduct research as normal. As for your apology. Cinderella pushed Linda aside. I do not accept it. This made her a little frozen. Before she could react, she coldly threatened, You have a bit of observational ability. Do not bother me anymore. At that moment, Hines stepped forward. He angrily said, Cinderella, what are you doing? But fortunately, Rest stepped forward strongly to stop. Pay attention to your attitude. Linda on this side continued to turn on the acting mode in a pitiful way. Hines, you misunderstand. I am just apologizing to Cinderella. Seeing these two putting on an act like leeches made her also tired and waved her hand. Again with this scene, can you stop? Realizing that time was running out, Cinderella repeatedly issued warnings. Listen clearly, do not bother me anymore. I also won't cause trouble for you. Inside the vast corridor, her voice kept echoing. Otherwise, I will broadcast your play on the community channel. The time was ticking away. Hines and Linda stared at the watches on their hands. Seeing the moment he hugged her in his arms, Hines was somewhat frozen. Cinderella, you... Before he could finish speaking, she coldly turned and left. Use this to hope you stay away from me, okay? He was unwilling and kept calling out, It is because of this, so you want to. Cinderella did not care and went straight to Rest. Not just this. Of course, you can think whatever you want. Cinderella's actions this time made Linda extremely resentful. While she was still angry, Hines stepped forward and reminded, "In the future, be obedient, do not touch her." Hearing that, she immediately put on a wronged look. "Hines, do not you feel that Cinderella has changed a lot recently?" These words also made him somewhat frozen. She really has a bit of loss of control. It can't be like this. Time passed. Cinderella had led Rest to a large shopping center. Arrived. "It is this place." Rest skimmed over the bold clothes and was slightly startled. There were head-covering masks that made him even more suspicious of life. Even the vampire costume made Rest startled and stammer. He was a little suspicious, pointing to the shopping store. Want to buy clothes here." Cinderella saw how cute he was and immediately approached to tease. "Very famous chief guard Rest. Surely you have not seen these things before." He hurriedly turned red and looked in another direction. "No, not. I have seen it before." Rest looked at Cinderella to examine the attitude on her face. But as soon as he looked at the alluring bunny cosplay outfit in front of him, he froze. Looking at Rest's embarrassed face made Cinderella have to laugh. Really? He did not know how to explain to her. "Yes, I used to be forced to look." Not teasing him anymore, Cinderella quickly pulled Rest inside. "If you have seen it often, then please help me choose 2 suitable outfits." Seeing the two so close made Rest extremely surprised. "Miss Cinderella, she put her arm around my shoulder." At that moment, the clown cosplay man stepped forward to greet. "What a talented couple. Welcome you two. Couples who come shopping will get a discount." Hearing that, Rest intended to explain something. "We are not." Strange shaking sounds were ringing from behind. Rest saw the situation was not good and hurriedly turned around to check. At this time, Cinderella on the side was somewhat sulky. If it is not a lover, it is also a kind of lover. Seeing him still standing there looking outside made her seem curious. "Rest, what are you looking at?" He was still just trying to see if there was any movement outside quietly. Seeing there was nothing, Rest quickly turned his face away and explained, "Nothing. I seem to have seen it wrong." On this side, a camera was secretly recording all the actions of the two. Almost got discovered, but it is worth it. These eyes are indeed very emotional. Cinderella and Rest entered inside the store here. There were many elegant and luxurious clothes displayed in front of them. This made her extremely delighted and exclaimed, "There are so many styles." The staff quickly stepped forward and greeted. "May I ask what occasion the guests want to wear it for, public or private?" Cinderella's eyes lit up, looking at her. "What kind of private is there?" She laughed, snapping her fingers to signal. "If it is private, then you have to go to another room to ensure privacy. Just for the two of you to choose. No one will bother." Hearing this made Cinderella very satisfied. "This is good, then I must." Suddenly Rest grabbed her hand and signaled. He quickly gently pressed her hand down and suggested, "Let us choose in the hall." His words were a little confusing to Cinderella. "Why, we are going to the auction, the more conservative the better." Rest's face was all red at this time. "The kind of private," she said, "and the kind you think are not the same, is the kind with very little fabric." At this time, Cinderella understood something and hurriedly turned her head to explain. I did not mean that." She continued to turn her head and signal to the staff. "We can choose ourselves. Call me if you need anything." Just remembering the action just now made Cinderella extremely embarrassed. Really too embarrassing. How can there be such private things? Even so, she happily suggested something to Rest. "Or like this, let us go choose clothes for each other, meet each other in the changing room in 30 minutes. After speaking, Cinderella ran forward like flying. Her actions made him even more moved. Miss Cinderella, really too lovely. While he was still relaxed, the mysterious person in the back stepped forward and said, "Hey kid, Rest, why are you at my store? It is really rare." Although a little surprised, he coldly turned his head in another direction. "Aunt, pretend you have not seen me." Seeing him prepare to leave, the mysterious person quickly used the stick to hook him back. "Wait a minute, who let you go?" Rest became very uncomfortable, turning his head and reminding, "Don't joke with me anymore, Aunt Mawson." This also made her very uncomfortable and kept hitting him with the stick. "Didn't I tell you to call Auntie, sister?" Mawson continued to look at Rest there and asked, "You have to attend the Hornobos auction. You did not tell me earlier. Do you have an invitation?" Hearing that, he sighed and replied to her, "My situation is relatively complicated. I do not want to bring trouble to you. Hearing that, Masan kept laughing mockingly, afraid to trouble me, but not afraid to trouble other people's daughters. Rest still intended to explain something. It is not like what you think, is. Before he could explain, she pulled out a key and suggested, okay, no one can cause trouble for me. Is there anything worth seeing outside? You go to my personal closet and choose. Looking at the key right in front of him made him somewhat surprised. Masan's actions made Rest very dazed, but inside are all my special design clothes. She did not bother to say much, laughed, turned her head and left. That is good. It is the first time you have brought a girl. Do not you know to choose a beautiful outfit for her? On this side, while Cinderella was still choosing clothes, there was a noisy quarrel in the distance. Blind pervert, do not you open your eyes. Walking normally also can't hit people. Hearing the strange movement made her slowly turn her head back. The curses kept ringing. Old lady with age still does not stay in the house, learning what the youth learn. The more he said, the more angry he became, pointing at Masan's face. Or let me help you to make you a real blind person. Unable to bear this action anymore, Cinderella unhappily stepped forward. What are you doing? Stop. Not showing any respect, she directly pushed him aside. Thinking that he was bullying the elderly made her even more angry, attacking the weak. Are not you ashamed? Hearing these words made Masan have to laugh in surprise. The weak? Interesting. In your head, do you imagine me as such a person? Looking at this shape made her also speechless, but still tried to comfort. This one, gentleman or lady, please do not be afraid. Also do not be inferior. The man on this side had become very uncomfortable and scolded. Free time to like to manage other people's business? I will deal with you together. A group of bodyguards quickly approached, making Masan startled. She hurriedly raised her hand to signal, first, hold back on action. Hearing that, the bodyguards nodded in understanding. All of them focused on stepping back. Cinderella calmly, slowly pulled out something from her body. Really? Deal with me too. Looking at the candies in her hand made the man somewhat surprised. What is wrong? Want to ask me to forgive you? Just a candy is not enough. She laughed looking at him and replied, this is given to me by a very special person of mine. You also deserve to have it. After speaking, she turned and shot straight at him. Before the man could react, the candies had flown straight into his forehead. This made him painfully hug his forehead and kept shouting. Seeing that, Cinderella was even more motivated to laugh provocatively. What is wrong? Do you still like it? The crowd around looked at this scene and laughed mockingly. This man is too weak, hit by a candy to the point of not being able to move. With this ability, what can he do? Laughing to death. Witnessing this scene on the side made Masan very happy. Interesting. Unable to bear it anymore, the man quickly rushed straight towards Cinderella. I saw you were a woman, so I was yielding to you. She also did not concede, quickly throwing the candies to return the fire. Really, but I do not want to yield to you. The candies kept being thrown straight at his face, taking advantage of his inattention. Because of the pain, he hurriedly fell to the ground, shouting, help! Murder! Seeing the man acting like a brat here, made Cinderella have to laugh and mock. Isn't this what you wanted? You wanted to eat my candy. The man angrily turned his head and questioned the store staff. Are you watching the fun? Quickly arrest this murderer. Hearing this, she slowly stepped forward to explain. Sir, it is forbidden to talk loudly and make noise in the store. The man turned his attention to the sales staff and questioned, what do you mean? You do not need to beat people, but you forbid talking loudly and making noise. Whose rule is this? Masan behind her coldly announced, mine. It is now. The staff also bowed their heads and called out, boss? Hearing these two words made the man tremble with fear to the point of turning green. You are the boss of this place. Thinking of the extremely dangerous figure behind her made him tremble and kneel on the ground. It is rumored that the boss of Masan's store has boundless means, is an extremely powerful figure. How could you? Before he could finish speaking, Masan unhappily ordered, take him away, too long-winded. Cinderella stood there, watching him being dragged away with a blank expression. Recalling her actions just now, she was slightly embarrassed and said, looks like I really was meddling. But the words Masan said became very confusing. Sure enough, you are an interesting girl. Mawson pointed to the large room. Go. Rest is waiting for you over there. Cinderella looked puzzled. How do you know he is waiting for me over there? Looking at the mysterious woman right in front of her, she secretly thought, it seems like things are going off course. Even more unknown characters are appearing. She looked at Mawson again and remembered Rest. Moreover, this person in the black cloak seems to know Rest. While she was still wondering, she stepped forward. Cinderella, we will meet again soon. Until then. At this moment, the sales staff quickly said, I will lead the way for the lady. Cinderella looked at the large door right in front of her with some surprise. This is. At the same time, the door was slowly pulled open carefully. Rest was wearing a series of luxurious clothes and wearing a mask, looking very handsome. This moment made Cinderella's heart stop. Oh my God, it seems like I have seen an angel. Seeing that she was still dazed, he reached out his hand. Cinderella, what is wrong? Hearing that, she looked at him embarrassedly. Probably, I am having a relapse of my old illness. Rest immediately became worried and hurried closer to her. Where are you not feeling well? Sorry, I was held back just now. I could not get here right away. Seeing him worry about her like that made Cinderella have to blush. It is okay. It is okay. I can understand. I am just a little, not used to it. Seeing her shyly approaching Rest, the more she thought about it, the more unreasonable she felt. For sure, Cinderella in the story has eye problems. Luckily, I do not. Seeing her get so close to him, Rest quickly urged. Is the touch starvation syndrome relapsing again? Then quickly stick close to me. He also did not forget to reach out and touch her face. Is this okay? Not wanting her heart to melt, Cinderella hurriedly closed her eyes tightly. Rest, do not you know anything about your lethality? Unfortunately, the intimate actions of the two were captured by a mysterious person holding a camera. The sounds of taking pictures kept ringing. Rest also realized the situation. He angrily turned his head and questioned, who? But the mysterious person taking pictures disappeared again, making Rest somewhat surprised. He quickly reached out his hand towards Cinderella, making her a little puzzled. Before she could react, he gently picked her up. At this moment, the store staff also came over to explain, Sir, do not be nervous. You will definitely not encounter danger in Mawson's store. Rest very seriously turned his head to inform her. Just now there was someone beating someone. Now there is someone taking secret photos. She very carefully put her hand on her chest, bowed her head, and explained, Sir also knows, without the boss's consent, everything will not be able to happen. Hearing this, Rest seemed to understand something. The salesgirl secretly glanced at him. This time she smiled happily and chatted with Cinderella. Miss Cinderella, the boss said she likes you very much. In all the stores that she owns, you can choose whatever you want. After speaking, the sales staff bowed her head and left. Then I won't bother you anymore. Watching her leave made the two, Cinderella and Rest, a little frozen. Too embarrassed by this scene, she hurriedly reminded, Put me down first. Understanding something, she asked him with an innocent face, so she was testing me before. He was vaguely right, not knowing how to explain it. You do not need to care about her. She is just like that. No one can guess what she is thinking. Rest continued to approach and firmly grasped her hand. But that is good. At least it can ensure your safety at the auction. Hearing his words, Cinderella secretly thought, can ensure my safety at the auction clothing store? The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. What is the relationship between her and Boss Ha? On this side, in the research room, Xiao Chu became very happy. No wonder it is my couple. Really very well matched. She happily ran quickly forward. According to the time, Cinderella and Rest should be here, right? Unfortunately, she bumped into Hines, who was holding a cup of water and walking forward. His face had become very unpleasant. Xiao Chu, how many times have I told you, you must be careful in the research room? Hearing that, she panicked and hurriedly bowed her head. Sorry, Chairman, I am too rushed. If I am a little slower, it won't be on time. He felt curious. What won't be on time? Not bothering to answer him, Xiao Chu ran like flying forward again. Carrying his curiosity, Hines also went to the door to take a look. On the contrary, I want to see what you are doing so mysteriously. At this time, Cinderella also slowly stepped forward, stretching tiredly. I have to work all day today. Hearing that, Rest looked around, reminding her, then take a little time to. Without thinking much, he slowly took her hand. His face turned red, and he asked, "Do you feel more comfortable?" Cinderella did not dare to look directly into his eyes. She vaguely agreed, brushing it off. "This illness of mine is really too much trouble for you." He hurriedly, seriously shook his head to explain. "Not troublesome. Being able to help you is good." Rest also did not forget to caress and remind Cinderella, "I will go back and prepare a bit. Tomorrow we have to go to the auction." Seeing the intimacy of the two also made Xiaoqiu on the side become very delighted. What is so special about watching videos compared to watching live? This made Hines even more angry and shouted, "What video?" She retreated backward in a panic, asking, "Chairman, why are you peeking?" Hearing the strange movement, Cinderella also slowly stepped forward. "What are you doing?" He held the cup of coffee in his hand, calmly teaching. "It is nothing. I am teaching Xiaoqiu. Recently, she is free, not focused, too contemptuous of the regulations." Hearing that, Xiaoqiu immediately avoided this question. "Yes, I will self-reflect." Unfortunately, the bracelet on her hand slipped down again. The voices inside the watch immediately made a sound. "Lovers strolling, talented man and beautiful woman stand out at Mawson's fashion store. This is the most beautiful couple in history that I have ever seen." These words made everyone freeze. Xiaoqiu very embarrassedly, hurriedly tried to turn off the watch. Mawson fashion store will preserve the most beautiful moments in your life. She hurriedly held the watch out and explained helplessly, "Sorry, I did not do it on purpose." Hines now had become very unhappy. "What is lover strolling? Let me see." Hearing these things made Cinderella startled. Understanding something, the secret photos from yesterday are to make an advertisement. After watching the video, Hines had become angry and could not bear it anymore. "Do you have any demeanor of a scientist?" On the picture was the scene of Rest gently touching Cinderella's face. Very well matched, a couple strolling. Hearing that, Cinderella, although a little embarrassed, still explained. "A scientist relies on research results, not private life, moreover. How are my results? Do not you know the most clearly?" He angrily reached out his hand and added, "Cinderella, I admit that your previous actions made you misunderstand." The more he thought about the intimate actions of the two, the more angry he became. "These behaviors of yours will only completely sever the relationship between us." He slowly stepped forward and suggested, "I agree to give you time to think." Cinderella's face was somewhat mocking, listening to these words. "The first condition is that I must return to your side." After speaking, his face became very gloomy, looking towards Rest. Rest is done for. He will no longer have any prospects. Hearing that he said these words, Cinderella unhappily showed her face. "Why are you so sure?" she secretly thought. "What has Hines found out?" Hines' face became very complacent, turning his face away. "Has he never told you about his background from the beginning?" Conveniently, he also picked up a file of documents on the table. What position a person can reach is determined. Since birth, worms will always only be worms. Will never be able to crawl out of the ground. Hines' face continued to become arrogant, holding the information on his hand, announcing, even without that mistake, he would not have been able to stay in the fleet for long. The more he said, the more complacent he became. "The truth is all here. Do you want to see it?" Cinderella also slowly stepped towards him. "Actually, I am a little unclear." These words made him feel confused. "What?" Cinderella coldly turned and left, not forgetting to add, "The matter of Rest's mother that year implicated many people, and was kept secret afterwards. Is top secret." She left with a somewhat mocking face. "You investigated so hard to find out, is to make me and him draw a clear line." Seeing that, Hines was a little startled, stunned in disbelief. "You already know." She laughed, looking towards him and declaring, "He already told me." Seeing the truth exposed right in front of his eyes made him somewhat surprised. "How can it be? This matter was kept secret before it was too late. How can he tell you?" Cinderella coldly picked up the file on her hand. "That is the biggest difference between you and him." Ignoring Hines' efforts to find out, she coldly tore the information. "We are lovers." Cinderella's face was somewhat unpleasant when she remembered his previous actions, but you never dared to admit it in front of everyone. "Just being with Rest made her extremely happy, and he always protects me, is frank, even afraid of affecting me, enduring and restraining everything." Speaking of this, she swaggered out. "You saw the image of me and him sticking together, is what I intended." The files in Cinderella's hand now only remained a pile of scraps of paper. I told him I have touch starvation syndrome, so he will no longer avoid me. Realizing Cinderella's plan, Rest had become extremely hot-blooded. Cinderella, you are crazy. She laughed, glancing at him mockingly. Hines, are your methods only this? Coercion, temptation, pretending to have deep feelings? Unable to bear it anymore, he kept shouting loudly, Cinderella, you do not know what is good for you. While the two were still arguing, Xiaotu hurriedly ran in. Cinderella, the director called you to a meeting. Hearing that, she slowly turned around. Do you have anything else? If there is nothing else, then I have to go to the meeting. Looking at Cinderella's leaving back, Hines had become extremely unpleasant. I can't try to soften her up, then I should teach her a lesson. After thinking about this, he quickly raised the watch on his hand to contact. Contact Black Crow for me. I have something to find him for. Time quickly shifted to inside the apartment complex. Black Crow was sitting quietly in the dark and terrifying room. The voice on his watch kept ringing. No matter who it is, it better be important, otherwise I will definitely twist your head off. Now when he saw that the caller was Hines, Black Crow was somewhat surprised. What is the matter that you personally contacted me for? He picked up a bottle of wine from the ground. Hornibos auction. It just so happens I also have a mission tomorrow. Conveniently, send the documents over. I will do it all at once. The scene shifted to the Research Institute, the director's office. Cinderella kept knocking on the door. The voice inside rang out, come in. She stepped inside with a very happy face. Director, you were looking for me. He smiled friendly and chatted. It is not a real meeting. Sit down first. While Cinderella still did not understand what was happening, the director handed a table of information forward. Cinderella is indeed a genius. Speaking of these things made him become very happy. The X-39 weapon system has initially operated very stably. After speaking, he looked at Cinderella with a somewhat surprised expression. But I am not clear why you have to be entangled with Rest. Give the results to me first. Hearing the director say that, the director quickly suggested, you want to exchange a condition with me? He was slightly surprised, but still nodded in understanding. What do you want to exchange for such a great contribution? Without hesitation or doubt, Cinderella immediately suggested, I want to use your highest condition biological experiment room to do a polluted object experiment. Although somewhat surprised, he still smiled and kept asking, I have to confirm, do you know the consequences of doing that? Cinderella sat next to the director, continuing to say, I guess you are also concerned about Rest's affairs, otherwise you would not agree to let him come to the Research Institute. This made her extremely sure and stood up. You think you are squeezing him as a bodyguard, but in reality, you are protecting him. The director had to laugh. You knew I would agree. She sighed, looking outside to explain, anyway, if it was not Rest, other people would not have this authority. His face immediately became serious and asked, how many % are you sure of? Cinderella smiled, only telling him the truth. If I have the experimental conditions, I am confident I can cure him. These words made the director silently think for a moment. But he still did not forget to carefully remind, this matter needs to be kept secret if it is discovered by others. Before he could finish speaking, Cinderella seemed to understand. I will say I sneaked in. It will not have any connection to you. The director laughed very happily. Cinderella, I feel like you are not the same as before. She sighed, immediately putting on a resigned face. People will always change, especially when they have seen things clearly. The director slowly reached out his hand toward Cinderella. That is right, people will always change. When the two watches got close together, the sounds rang out. The director smiled, quickly announcing, authority has been given to you. In addition, I will hold back Hines to help you buy time. These words from him made Cinderella very happy, and received them. She also did not forget to bow her head and thank him. Thank you very much, he laughed, turning his head to explain. The person you should thank is not me. Go. Cinderella happily opened the door and stepped outside. I did not expect it to be so smooth. Realizing that the initial plan was successful made her very happy. Rest assured. Rest, I will definitely cure you. At that moment, Chalice also slowly stepped outside. The director saw him appear, slightly surprised. You heard everything. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Father, I do not understand why you would do this. You also know behind Rest? His face clearly showed seriousness. This is equivalent to completely opposing them. The director calmly held the table of information up to consider. I know I can't let this kind of person go to a high position. His face became very happy as if nothing had happened. Moreover, I am just doing some things for my old friend. The director quickly pulled out a picture that was hidden more carefully. Looking at the two people in this picture made Chalise freeze for a moment. This is absurd, the two of them. It seemed like he understood something more. So that is how it is, I said. Such a big risk is not your style, father. He laughed with interest, looking at the picture in his hand. People will always change, won't they? Chalise also laughed lightly, understanding. I looked down on her a bit. Seeing that, the director immediately rearranged the information placed on the table. Moreover, I see hope in that girl. The scene shifted to another place. The maid stepped forward, happily greeting. Welcome, guests. Cinderella and Rest slowly stepped inside. Welcome, guests. She was a little puzzled and quickly pulled on her bunny ear. Are you sure it is this place? Rest smiled and nodded. Sure. Looking at Cinderella's appearance made the maid very surprised. This pink bunny lady. She shyly hit Rest affectionately. You dressed like this? Looking at the garish outfit on her body made her somewhat angry and sulky. Why am I dressed like this? Look, other people are laughing at me. Hearing that, Rest laughed, bowing his head to explain, there is no way. Our clothes have been revealed. This is the new outfit from Mawson's store, temporarily sent over. He also did not forget to hand the invitation forward, regardless of whether Cinderella was still constantly blaming him. Are you laughing, Say? Did you do it on purpose? The maid quickly opened the invitation to check. She smiled, pointing inside to inform the two. Confirmed, please come inside. Rest slowly took Cinderella's hand, stepping forward. Let us hurry in to be on time. Hearing that, she was stunned. Where's the door? How can I get in? While she was still puzzled, Rest raised his hand and knocked a few times. A hidden door immediately opened in front of the two. Inside was a dark tunnel, lit with torches. Rest calmly held the torch, observing the surrounding area. Afraid that Cinderella would wander around, he did not forget to remind, hold me tight, do not let go. Hearing that, she was surprised. I did not expect. There is still this kind of thing in this era. Above, the angry man pushed several strange people down to the ground. Get out, this is not a place you should come to. Looking at the scene made Cinderella and Rest somewhat frozen. Rest was afraid that she would be in danger and quickly used his hand to block. Looking at the scene in front of her made her somewhat startled and surprised. The mummy-dressed mysterious person looked at the two and gave an order. You and the person next to you, come over here. Inside the party, everyone was discussing with each other very happily. Those two are done for. Who does not know that the gatekeeper is absolutely unforgiving? Has a very eccentric personality. They are also unlucky, just entering the door and causing trouble with him. At this moment, the sound rang out, making the crowd immediately pay attention. Renault gave a cold smile, looking very complacent. Really came. There will be a good show to watch next. Seeing the crowd still constantly progressing forward, Rest was a little unhappy. What is the matter? The gatekeeper smiled, stepping forward to chat. One of the two of you can go upstairs to the VIP area. Who will go? Hearing this made the crowd surprised and freeze for a moment. What, there is such a good thing? Can go upstairs. Are very rich people, are not ordinary people. This made Renault very unhappy, turning around to question. What is going on? Is not the invitation I gave him the most common type? Everyone hurriedly explained. That is right. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, beating his companions. Then what is this? He has the qualifications to go upstairs, and the gatekeeper personally invited him. On this side, Rest smiled, asking Cinderella, you are probably very interested, want to go up and see? Hearing that, she was a little startled, predicting, I feel this is a conspiracy. She did not forget to pull him closer, whispering, maybe they saw my beauty, or your handsomeness. Hearing that, the gatekeeper explained to the two in a panic. Hey, I can hear that. Cinderella hurriedly coughed a few times. The two of us can't be separated. Either we go up together, or we stay down here together. The more she said, the more uncomfortable she became. Who knows what you guys want to do? Rest on the side also smiled gently, nodding. It is probably not to that extent. Where do you want to go, according to your wishes? Hearing him say that made her unhappily turn her head to constantly blame. Which side are you on? Why are you helping the capitalists with evil intentions? These words made the gatekeeper in a very unhappy mood. He angrily turned his head, saying with a gloomy expression, "Pay attention to your attitude, otherwise I will throw you out." This scene also made Renault on the side become very shocked. She is really so bold, and dares to slander Boss Ka in Hornibos. Cinderella also did not show any fear, walking straight in front of the mysterious person, challenging, "You throw me." He seemed like he also could not bear it anymore. "You apologize now, it is still in time." Seeing that he was preparing to take action, made everyone freeze to watch the fun. In front of everyone, Cinderella constantly blamed, "You can't, right? If you could, you would have already taken action." After speaking, she did not forget to judge the gatekeeper's outfit, and the clothes on your body really are your disgusting tastes. Her voice kept ringing. "Aren't you paying attention to me always being here?" Unable to bear the two anymore, the gatekeeper quickly turned his face away. "Test passed. The two of you can go up together." This made Cinderella very complacent and moved forward. "That is right. You can't be so rigid as a person. You..." Before she could finish speaking, he kept shouting loudly, "Shut your mouth. Do not talk to me." Seeing that the situation was not good, Rest also pulled Cinderella forward. "Okay, do not bully him anymore. Let us go up." Hearing that, she nodded and waved her hand in understanding. "Okay, for Rest's sake." While the two stepped forward, another person also approached the gatekeeper. "Excuse me." Seeing that, he was very unhappy and shouted, "Ask, ask, ask." Unable to bear it anymore, he immediately reached out his hand and punched the man straight. "Ask this fist." This scene scared everyone present. They constantly discussed with each other in a very panicked manner. The mummy has erupted, too strong. The psychological quality of Rest's girlfriend is also very good. The more they said, the more uncomfortable Renault became, constantly bullying, who said she is his girlfriend. So many things happened that he was somewhat tired. "The things I told you to prepare, have you prepared them all?" The people around nodded. This made Renault even more complacent. This time he can be considered lucky to be able to talk to the gatekeeper. "I want to see, what can a penniless wretch bid for?" The time had passed into a vast, luxurious corridor. The servant quickly stepped in front of Cinderella and Rest to chat. "Mr. Ka specially instructed, the two of you use this room." Looking at Cinderella's appearance made Rest a little puzzled. "Did you guess it?" She laughed, nodding to reply to him. Of course, there are not so many coincidences in this world. She also did not forget to sit down on the chair next to him. The more coincidences there are, the more there must be a connection behind them. For example, Mawson's jewelry store and Boss Ka. The more she said, the more suspicious Cinderella became, approaching him. "On the contrary, why did not you tell me sooner that you have such a strong relationship?" Her face was somewhat sad. "Couldn't you directly buy the experimental card?" Hearing that, Rest gently reached out his hand towards her. He took off her mask to explain, "Because of some things." His face clearly showed sadness, but he did not know where to start explaining. "I do not want to have too much involvement with her." Hearing him say that, Cinderella sighed, turning her face away. "I see, but..." He also slowly reached out to take off his mask. At this time, she still felt there was something curious. What does the mummy mean by the test? Her face gradually became more suspicious, asking again, "Isn't today's test to see if I will protect you?" Cinderella folded her arms, constantly asking questions. "But what identity does she use to test me?" She continued to approach Rest, and the time at Mawson's clothing store was also a test, right? Hearing that, he blushed. Not wanting to be embarrassed, he hurriedly turned his face in another direction. "I also do not know what Aunt Mawson is thinking." Hearing this form of address made her seem curious. "Aunt Mawson." Unable to bear it anymore, Cinderella pulled Rest, looking directly into his eyes. "Tell me, how many secrets do you still have that I do not know?" While the two were still intimate, the servant quickly opened the door and stepped in. "Sorry to disturb. I brought some wine for the guests." Unfortunately, the two immediately caught the servant girl. Seeing the two preparing to be intimate made her very scared, hurriedly turning around to leave. Sorry, I will tell everyone not to come and disturb." Seeing the servant girl hurriedly run away made Cinderella sigh. It seems like she has misunderstood something. Speaking, she turned her head to look at Rest with a judging face. Seeing him still standing there, she constantly asked, probing, "There won't be any trouble, right? For example, feelings like I am forcing you." Rest hurriedly shook his head, constantly, then changed the subject. "Of course not. Do you want to drink some wine?" Cinderella sighed, blushing, hurriedly reminding him, "A little fruit juice is enough. Today we have to be vigilant." He quickly reached out his hand to press the service button on the table. "Please bring some fruit juice and pastries. You are not disturbing us. Do not ask any more." On this side, Mawson was sitting quietly in the room, listening to the servant girl's report. She happily recounted everything to her. "I saw the actions of the two of them were very intimate. It seems like the relationship is not normal." Hearing that, Mawson nodded in understanding. "I know, go down." The servant was preparing to leave when she suddenly called her back. "Wait a minute." Mawson continued to hand a card to the servant girl. "Send this to my VIP room. Give it to that girl." She was somewhat surprised. This is a black, unlimited card. This made her tremble with fear. "Please forgive my rudeness." Mawson only calmly kept tapping on the table. She looked at her servant girl and laughed, explaining, "I am in a good mood today, otherwise you know your fate." After stepping outside, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, full of fatigue. "That is, Mr. Ka, do not be nosy. Almost this small life was gone." At the same time, Mawson also slowly stepped forward. "The official meeting, a black card in this outfit, should be enough, right?" She continued to walk slowly, taking the cane placed on the table. "This kid is always cold. This is the first time expressing his preferences to the outside." She quickly stepped towards the door. "I also like it very much." Time quickly shifted to a few hours later. Inside the auction room, many people were waiting there. Sitting on one side, Renault revealed obvious disdain. Even if they go upstairs, so what? What position can a hick have? The more he said, the more complacent he became. Maybe they do not even have the qualification to hold the auction paddle. On this side, Cinderella was constantly eating pastries. Is this card really unlimited? Aunt Mawson is really too polite. As if someone mentioned her name, Cinderella kept sneezing. Just one small action of her made Rest feel worried. "What is wrong?" Feeling cold, she hurriedly explained. "It is okay. Just feeling strange." At this moment, Renault quickly ordered the subordinates around him. "According to the plan, you raise the price of item number 15. This made one of them feel worried. "Boss, what if we fall into a pit? Is not that just a number?" His face became very complacent to answer. "This item is not considered special at the auction. There won't be many people interested, but Rest will definitely use all his strength to win it." His face became very complacent with this plan. If it was not that I had the kindness to give him the news, I have to let his only hope disappear right in front of him. Renault sat there very much looking forward to seeing what interesting things would happen next. The palms of his hands had been clenched tightly since when the things he has to pay, paying forever, is not enough. At this moment the servant stepped forward, smiling to greet. "Distinguished sir, lady, the auction that everyone has been waiting for a long time officially begins." Cinderella on this side was constantly tapping on the screen. "The thing we want to bid for is item number 15, Border Rabbit. This rabbit is very important to us." Hearing that, Rest also nodded to signal, "That is right, this rabbit is very important to me." Looking at the item right in front of her made Cinderella somewhat surprised. She immediately became serious, approaching Rest to remind, "Rest, I must correct your behavior. You can't secretly express your interest." This made him somewhat flustered. "Sorry, I offended you." Cinderella slowly held out one finger in front of him. She continued to smile and explained to him carefully, "You have to express your love publicly." On this side, the servant on the stage was still constantly pulling out valuable items. The mummy quickly stepped forward to report everything to Mawson. "Boss, there is a big worm mixed in here." Hearing that, she coldly replied, "Unnecessary." Mawson also did not forget to remind, "You lead people to guard the doors, wait to catch people." Time passed. It was time for what everyone was still waiting for. Next is auction item number 15, Border Rabbit. A poor bunny was lying quietly there. Starting price 2 million. Each bid increase is 1 million. This made everyone very surprised and mocked. There are many rare items at today's auction. What is worth seeing in just a rabbit can be considered waste, but the appearance of this rabbit is strange. On this side, Renault's teammates quickly shouted the price, 3 million. The teammate next to him immediately raised the paddle high, 4 million. This made the people inside the room constantly discuss, what? Is there really someone bidding? Exceeding 3 million is really not worth it. Renault did not care at all and laughed loudly, full of complacency. Continue to bid, raise as much as you can. This made Cinderella, who was watching on the screen, somewhat surprised. Isn't this price a bit too high? Rust was calm, as if he had predicted this. Someone knows I want it. Is deliberately raising the price. He gently put a piece of strawberry into her mouth for her to eat. I do not recommend you use the black card. This made her somewhat surprised and asked, how did you know what I wanted to say? Rust laughed, slowly pulling out a black card from his body. My worship discovered a lot of resource stars before, so I'm actually very rich. Receiving the black card on his hand made her somewhat frozen. It really is a resource star card. Looking at the black card right in front of her, Cinderella also fell into her own thoughts. I have only seen it in comics, but those are what people like Marshalls have. The regulations of the treaty between the planets. The first person to discover a resource star will own all the rights. The resource star card is a special card, can directly use the star's resources as currency. This made her very impressed when looking at the power card. The star's resources are inexhaustible, so it can be seen as an unlimited swipe card, can also be seen as a kind of non-limit card. Hearing this, Cinderella was stunned in disbelief. So you own a resource star? Rest blushed embarrassedly, turning his head to look at her. Do you like it? He also did not forget to rummage in his pocket to explain, I still have a lot. One day I will bring you 2 as gifts. This action of his also petrified Cinderella instantly. What did you say? He smiled, gently repeating his words. If you like, I will get it for you after returning. Seeing Rest being so good made Cinderella even more angry. So what was Cinderella in the original story blinded by? Missed several hundred billion. Now she has collected 3 powerful black cards, placing them on the table. Cinderella became very thoughtful, pondering. It is bad. This made Rest on the side somewhat curious. What is wrong? She tried to reassure herself. I can't like it. She tried to suppress the thoughts deep within her heart. I can't directly take Rest and run away to another star. I have to stop this perverted thought. Cinderella laughed, approaching him to suggest, originally, I had already thought it out. We do not need to spend money. On this side, Renault's subordinate was somewhat dazed. Why is there no movement upstairs? Can't they not be bidding? This made him somewhat unhappy. Impossible. At this moment, the clown quickly shouted loudly, VIP room number 0, 21 million. Hearing this number also made everyone freeze in astonishment. VIP room number 0. That is the room belonging to Mr. Ka. So they are in the VIP room belonging to Mr. Ka. How can it be? The more Renault thought about it, the more unwilling he became. They must be doing it on purpose. I definitely can't be overwhelmed. On this side, Cinderella constantly pressed her hand on the button inside the room. The auction turned out to be like this. It is also convenient. Rest on the side was somewhat surprised. Didn't we say we do not need to spend money? She laughed, quickly winking to signal him to understand. Just like opening a bit, giving them a sedative pill. Cinderella's voice rang out, 25 million. The auctioneer was startled. He very happily announced to everyone, 26 million, VIP room number 0, 26 million, anyone else. Renault's subordinate kept stopping him. Boss, calm down a bit. Obviously, she does not want to listen. 30 million. This made him somewhat worried, thinking, my inheritance is only 30 million if I increase it more. Realizing that the situation had arrived, Cinderella smiled and sighed. Okay then. Hearing that, the clown in front quickly executed, 30 million once, 30 million twice. Seeing that there were no more customers, he immediately hammered the table. Final price, 30 million. This made Renault on the side feel very strange. Rest, are you really not bidding anymore? But I also do not want to lose money. Seeing everything unfold according to plan, Cinderella comfortably stretched. It is over. Time to get to work. Renault spent 30 million to bid for a rabbit. We should go congratulate him. She also did not forget to glance at Rest. Not bidding for the border rabbit. Are you disappointed? He laughed, replying, listening to you. I believe you. The two happily stepped outside, chatting, listening to me in everything. Cinderella also did not forget to approach and remind Rest. Then you have to be honest with me first. That Renault guy has troubled you more than once, right? Seeing her care about him like that, Rest laughed, answering, I do not care about him. Seeing him so gentle made her somewhat helpless. So he often comes to cause trouble for you then. This made him somewhat panicked. Why are you suddenly asking about this? She said seriously, explaining, I suddenly feel very unhappy. Cinderella's face became thoughtful, remembering what he had to endure. In the places that I do not know, you have suffered so much unfairness. Rest blushed, constantly putting his hands on her face. Don't frown, I do not care about those things. The eyes he gave her had become very sincere, but if it makes you unhappy, that is not okay. Seeing him being so kind made her not know what to do. That is right, his personality is originally like that. He originally does not care about the outside circumstances, but is very concerned about Cinderella. Cinderella approached Rest, smiling to chat. Promise me, do not be lenient later, okay? He, very comfortably, nodded in agreement. Okay. Cinderella stepped forward, curiously asking, You do not ask what I want to do. But Rest had completely placed all his trust in her. Just tell me, arson and murder are all according to your wishes. Hearing that, she immediately winked, saying to him, Rest, you towards me really do not have any principles. She approached, still intending to say something more. I intend to... On this side, Renault and several subordinates slowly walked towards the warehouse. Renault turned his head to instruct, You guys wait at the door. Later, take the research material, transport it back first. The two nodded in agreement, yes. He approached, handing his card forward to inform, I am here to pick up the goods. The servant quickly pushed the goods towards him. Cinderella appeared stealthily. She turned her head to look at Rest. They are about to receive it. He also nodded in understanding. I am ready. At this moment, she quickly appeared. Then we have to thank my cousin for the gift. Seeing everything pitch black made Renault somewhat surprised. Hey, what happened? He froze, looking around inside the room. Why did it suddenly turn black? On this side, Black Crow, with a very confident appearance, had secretly walked behind Cinderella and Rest. He quickly held the knife, rushing straight towards the two. Go die. Fortunately, with his quick movements, he managed to avoid Black Crow's attack in time. Afterwards, he also did not forget to kick him a few times to deal with him. Realizing the situation was not good, Rest turned his head to remind Cinderella, You quickly hide in a safe place. Realizing the situation was different from the original plan made her very panicked. Who exactly came here to commit murder? Seeing Black Crow still rushing forward, she helplessly thought, No, it is too dark. There is no way to aim accurately. Strange sounds kept ringing. The door gradually closed. This made the man very unhappy and cursed. Damn it, Decisive. Once the anti-theft door closes, all the anti-theft devices inside will automatically activate. With no other choice, several servants hurriedly ran quickly outside. Rest did not hesitate, turning his head to remind Cinderella, Let us leave here first. The two quickly rushed away with a very urgent appearance. While the two were leaving this place, it seemed like Black Crow was still not willing to let the two go. His face set a very vicious smile, declaring, Want to run? Stay here for me. This made Rest somewhat panicked. Without thinking much, he immediately pushed Cinderella forward, making her worried, shouting, Rest, you! At this time, Black Crow's knife also quickly appeared. He seized the opportunity to run outside, cursing, You die alone? I will go first. Of course, Rest could not let Black Crow do that. He used his hand to pull his shoulder. Don't even think about running. After speaking, he directly threw Black Crow down to the ground below. He slowly sat up, holding the knife in his hand, laughing, Planning against me. You will die today. If you do not die, you will have to die. This place immediately plunged into a terrifying red color. The sounds kept ringing. Renault, hiding on one side, had become very scared, shouting, What the hell is this? Cinderella, on the outside, worriedly looked at the door that had been closed. She was worried, not knowing what to do next. Originally Rest could go out, but because he blocked that guy, she angrily turned her head to look at the guard standing on one side. Unable to bear it anymore, Cinderella quickly stepped forward, grabbing his collar, saying, "How to open the door?" This made the staff very scared, hurriedly explaining, Only the boss and the boss's confidant Leonard know." Hearing that, Cinderella was startled in surprise. Mr. Ka and Leonard, he nodded to confirm, "Yes, that is right." Realizing the dangerous situation made Cinderella panic, worrying. Touching the mechanism, they must know something happened to the warehouse. But because of the reputation of Hornobos, this matter will definitely not be made big. Thinking of Rest being in danger made her very worried. If in her heart Rest is not as important as the auction, then what? I can't ignore this possibility. She tried to remember the map he had shown her before. Fortunately, when I was in the VIP room, I studied the map of this place roughly. Realizing an important thing made Cinderella's face become happy. The width of the architecture inside and outside this place is not the same. This place must have a problem. Inside the dark space, Rest was still facing Black Crow. At that moment, Renault hurriedly ran over, constantly waving his hand. "You two can stand and fight. Run away from here first. This place is too scary." Hearing that, Black Crow laughed, speaking to blame. If you want to blame your life for not being good, offended someone you should not offend. This made Rest on one side feel interesting. The people I offended are too many. Are they lining up? Seeing the two still arguing like that made Renault on one side somewhat speechless. Sure enough, it is Rest, about to die, and still talking so nasty. He quickly pointed at Rest's face, saying loudly, "You think of a way to save me, I swear I won't cause trouble for you again." Suddenly the fire went out here. The room was frighteningly silent. The red lights immediately lit up again. Rest seemed to understand something. It really is this. Below the floor, the lights immediately lit up. He did not think much, jumping onto the squares with the lights. Realizing that Renault was still standing there blankly, he immediately shouted to remind, "Renault, stand in the white square." Although somewhat puzzled, he still jumped according to his words. What is this in the end? He did not notice that a part of his shoe had not stepped straight into the white square. The anti-theft activation mode immediately appeared. This made Renault very scared, startled. He hurriedly sat slumped on the ground in despair. It seemed like Black Crow had also understood something. I was wondering why I came in here so smoothly, so this place was waiting for me. Rest still kept turning his head to look at Renault, reminding, "Renault, you listen clearly. Next, every time you hear a beep, you must be ready to jump to the white square. You only have 3 seconds. This made him tremble with fear. I am afraid I can't do it. Time had returned to 30 minutes ago. Mawson called out, "Leonard, you wait a minute." As soon as he stepped forward to listen, she seriously instructed, "The anti-theft system in the warehouse has been installed for a long time. Still have not activated it, right?" Hearing that, Leonard was slightly surprised, but he still seriously replied, "No one dares to come cause trouble for us." Her face was very calm, as if she had calculated something. "Then take this opportunity to try it. People from the assassin organization, not using them is too wasteful, can also promote a bit." This made Leonard somewhat startled, panicking. "But Rest and that girl also came to the warehouse. What if we accidentally kill them?" She only calmly held the cane in her hand. Mawson's face was very unpleasant. "Are you questioning my decision?" Hearing that, he shook his head, hurriedly explaining, "I would not dare." After speaking, she carefully tapped the cane on the ground below. Mawson stepped outside. "What you worry about is redundant." Handing the file on his hand, she also did not forget to turn her head to inform, "Haven't I ever told you? That system was completed after Rest experimented many times." This made Leonard immediately become terrified. The completed version is so terrifying, then the incomplete version, even more unstable and terrifying. Remembering something, Mawson held the information board in her hand. Later that cute little rabbit might run out here. She continued to monitor the images of the two through the phone screen. "At that time, I will play with her a bit. Do not ruin my plan." Hearing that, Leonard happily nodded in agreement. Yes. He secretly thought, even though I have been by Mr. Ka's side for so long, I am still very terrified of her methods. On this side, Cinderella was constantly tapping her hand on the wall. Everything was very difficult, making her helpless to despair. This place is not right. Remembering something, she turned her head to ask Renault's subordinates, "Want me to save your boss?" This made the two of them very touched. "I will have our boss repay you. That is right." Cinderella did not hesitate and pointed at the wall, saying loudly, "Smash it for me." With no other choice, the two had to hold the hammer to constantly smash the wall she had pointed to. Looking at the long road right in front, Cinderella slowly lowered her body to examine the situation. There really is a mechanism. She turned her head, seriously instructing the two, "You guys guard here." Cinderella very carefully tried to step forward, step by step, to examine the situation. On this side, Leonard was pressing his hand on the control button. The things that had happened continuously made him somewhat tired, stretching, "Okay, now I can go find that kitty to settle the score." Hearing the strange tremors, he held the knife and stepped outside. What happened? Slamming into his eyes was a shuriken, rushing towards him. Leonard froze on the spot, not understanding what the heck was happening. Fortunately, he was quickly on guard, being able to retreat in time. Thinking that there were also dangers appearing in this place made him even more on guard. After Leonard had just finished speaking, a series of arrows kept rushing towards him. With no other choice, he had to dodge as quickly as possible, running forward. A series of actions just now made Leonard very unhappy. "Whoever, come out for me." Cinderella also slowly stepped forward in surprise. As soon as he saw her appear, Leonard was very stunned. "It is you." Cinderella smiled, stepping in front of him. The staff said, "Only the boss and the boss's confidant Leonard know." Thinking of this, she spoke, "You are Leonard." Thinking of her actions just now made him very unhappy, waving his arms. "You are really tired of living, right?" Seeing that, she breathed a sigh of relief, very relieved. "I thought you were a bad person, scared me to death." Realizing his actions, she quickly suggested, "That is great. You also came to check the mechanism. Let us go together." This made Leonard very unhappy. "Don't you see the knife in my hand?" "The knife?" Cinderella laughed, as if nothing had happened. "I saw it. Are not you also like me? Afraid of meeting bad people? That is why you brought weapons." She also did not forget to put her hand on Leonard's shoulder. "Don't be too nervous. Acting like a person is a little strange." Seeing that she had stepped forward, Cinderella secretly thought, "To deal with this kind of person, you absolutely can't use the usual methods." Seeing that he was still stunned, she constantly called out, "Leonard, are not you going to come over here? Do you know this place?" Although very unhappy, Leonard could only turn to follow her direction. "I am coming right away." Looking at the activation buttons inside the room, Cinderella was somewhat curious. "This is the activation button." He nodded to confirm in a firm tone. "That is right. Turn it off, and it is done." Hearing that, Cinderella pondered. Time is also not much left. At this time, Leonard had already held the knife in his hand, pondering. Anyway, it must be closed. He constantly looked at Cinderella's attentive appearance there. "Press it, press it. I have put poison on it. As long as you press it, then." She was still thoughtfully pondering. Is it that simple? This time she directly turned around, grabbing Leonard's wrist. "My hand was a little tired from using throwing weapons. Trouble you then?" This action of hers made him startled, freezing in confusion. Unable to bear it anymore, Leonard hurriedly pulled his hand back. "No way, are you sick?" Cinderella laughed, constantly explaining, "That is right, I said my hand was tired. Can also be called sick." Looking at Leonard's hand constantly changing color made her somewhat curious. "What is wrong with your hand, unless the closing button has poison?" Although very angry, he could only suppress his anger. "No, it is my knife that has poison, just accidentally touched it." Seeing him going to the side to drink the antidote, Cinderella laughed. "Too sudden of a meeting. I have no other way. I can only meet him. He won't openly commit murder." Thinking of this, she slowly clasped her palms together. "Fortunately, I won the bet." On this side, Renault was very tired, gasping, "I can't. It is really not okay." Looking towards Rest, still calmly standing there, he immediately tightly hugged his leg. "This battle can also be won. You really are a monster." At this time, the three had one empty square. Fortunately, at the important moment, the white squares had been placed close together. Remembering something, he raised his head, looking at Rest, urging. But what is the use of winning him? We have to think of a way out. He looked at the door that had been closed right in front of his eyes. Actually, there's a way to break it. In his head at this time he was worried, thinking, I can't continue to delay time, also do not know if Cinderella is safe outside. Rest immediately threw Renault back. Don't rush, I will send him on his way first. Black Crow heard this and laughed in surprise. I did not expect that Black Crow I have been in the underworld for so long would be controlled in this place. Because he was too tired, Renault just grabbed the ground, sighing, forget it, dying in Hornobos also won't bear you. Feeling a little confused, he slowly sat up. If he was easy to kill, then why would I let him be for so many years? Rest angrily turned his head to look at him. Renault hurriedly startled to explain, Cousin, I did not mean anything. Rest quickly stopped the force, holding the knife forward. At this moment, everything seemed to go out. The familiar figure of Cinderella stepped forward. Renault became very happy. The door is open. We are saved. He quickly progressed towards Cinderella, asking, Did you wait long? Seeing that she had appeared at this place made him somewhat stunned, freezing on the spot. Seeing that Cinderella had also appeared, he constantly shouted, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, you finally arrived. Renault's attitude completely changed, making Cinderella somewhat frozen on the spot. This idiot, scared to the point of going crazy. Seizing the opportunity, suddenly Black Crow tightly grabbed Rest's hand. It is this time. He directly knocked Cinderella's hand, holding the knife, away. As soon as the knife flew into the air, he tried to reach for the knife. Rest could not let Black Crow get his wish. He punched him on the head. Firmly grabbing the sword in his hand, he also did not forget to loudly scold, When you are in the best state, you still can't beat me, let alone now. Black Crow unhappily, angrily looked towards him to recount, It is my intelligence that had errors. The pollution creature fundamentally did not make you lose your force. Hearing that, Rest coldly glared at Black Crow. Now you know it is a pity it is too late. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, punching the ground. It is a pity that my knife could not kill you. Regarding this attitude of his, Rest coldly declared, So the person who dies is you. Black Crow's dark eyes still carried hope, looking at the door in front. It is not too late, the door is open. Why would I sit and wait to die? After he spoke, he rushed quickly forward, making Renault somewhat startled. Before everyone could react, Black Crow had tightly grabbed Renault's neck. If you do not want him to die, then do not move. His face turned green from fear. Cousin, save me? These words of his made Cinderella witness, also shocked. The address changed so fast. Looking at this situation made her speechless. This matter is not like I thought. What on earth happened inside the door? At the same time, Renault's subordinates hurriedly ran in. Boss. Rest coldly looked at Black Crow's actions right in front of his eyes. What you do is useless. He was still constantly suppressing Renault. Moving forward, Cinderella secretly calculated, there is only one arrow left. Seeing Rest trying to signal her made her notice, he is telling me, to act later too. On this side, Black Crow was still trying to suppress Renault to move outside. Stay away from the door for me. He very carefully tried to move little by little. Realizing something was wrong, Black Crow's face immediately became confused. Realizing Rest threw the knife towards him, made him very angry. Rest, hey, playing dirty? He did not hesitate, throwing out a smoke bomb. Want my life? Still too early. At the same time, Renault managed to run away in time. As soon as the bomb exploded, a puff of smoke appeared, making Cinderella cough constantly. Afraid that she would be in danger, Rest quickly stepped forward to shield her. Rest. He used his sleeve to cover his nose, quickly reminding, Can you hold your breath? Hearing that, Cinderella rushed into his arms, hugging him. This action of Cinderella made Rest blush, very embarrassed. On this side, continuous calling sounds made Renault's two subordinates very worried. Boss, do not worry, where are you? After a short period of time, the smoke and dust gradually disappeared. Rest gently rubbed Cinderella's head. Okay, be careful breathing. The eyes of the two accidentally touched. The scene became very affectionate. Because he was too embarrassed, he hurriedly turned his face in another direction. She did not care about this, immediately touched, chatting with him. That thing luckily had you just now, otherwise I would not be able to breathe. Looking at the scene in front of her made Cinderella freeze for a moment. This is... Red blood constantly appeared on her hand, making her freeze. Blood. Rest tried to stand firm, shaking his head to explain, I am okay. On this side, Renault was still being supported out by several subordinates, so he was really stabbed in the back by that guy. Are you okay? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Oh my God, how could he not change his expression and persevere for so long? At this time, Rest was almost unable to stand firm. Cinderella hurriedly supported him. What time is it already? And you are still saying you are okay. At the same time, at this moment, a group of people ran inside in time. Looking at the scene in front of her made Cinderella somewhat confused. Renault became very unhappy, blaming, Why are you only arriving now? She surprised, turning her head to ask, Who are they again? The bodyguards quickly bowed respectfully. Mr. Leonard told us to take Rest back to his room. Rest back to his room. Although somewhat worried, Rest still nodded, signaling with Cinderella. She glanced at the group of bodyguards carrying him as they left. This time Cinderella somewhat worriedly glanced around, searching. No way, just now I shot him with an arrow. Will he take this opportunity to take revenge on me? Where is Leonard? Where did he go? While she was still confused, the bodyguard quickly bowed to explain, Sorry, I do not have the qualification to reveal the plan of action. Hearing him say that, Cinderella pursed her lips, calculating everything. Then, do we have any influence on the auction? He once again showed his rigid demeanor. Very sorry. But I also do not have the qualification to say more. Seeing him being so stubborn, Cinderella could only sigh, Forget it. She quickly turned to walk in another direction. The personality of big characters is always a little strange. Who can guess her thoughts? At this moment, Renault, crying non-stop, ran over. Wait for me, I also need to be treated. Time quickly shifted to the late night at a very quiet, vast building. Black Crow quickly crawled up from the manhole cover. Damn it, one person and two people are so difficult to deal with. He very unhappily rushed up onto the ground, preparing to escape. Mr. Caw, that old fox, his defenses are strict. I will not come to Hornobos alone again. Realizing everything today has been too tiring, he sighed. Fortunately, I prepared. At this moment, a mysterious person slowly stepped forward to ask, Is that so? Hearing the strange sound made him hurriedly turn his head back. Who? Leonard smiled, leading his subordinates to step to this place. Time seems to have stopped. Seeing him appear right in front of his eyes made Black Crow somewhat afraid. It is you, Administrator Leonard. He also did not say much, smiling faintly, putting on gloves to prepare to act. Have you forgotten the previous agreement? Lice of the assassin organization, dare to come cause trouble for Hornobos. For money you do not need your life? Hearing that, Black Crow fearfully retreated backward. I did not intentionally offend. It was because of someone else's debt of gratitude. Leonard did not say much, directly pulling out a gun. He coldly pointed the gun at Black Crow's head, giving the order, Want to explain? Then go to hell and say it. The gunshot rang out. The bullet shot straight forward. It was also the moment of life and death that Black Crow realized his life had ended. The bullet shot through his head, ending his life at that place. Finally, Black Crow collapsed to the ground, but Leonard still kept firing several more shots to finish him off. He turned, leaving, quickly ordering several subordinates. Damn filthy. Remember to clean this place up cleanly? He laughed, remembering the moment just now. This is the first time someone has poisoned me. While he was still pondering, the subordinate quickly stepped forward, saying, Rest has returned to his room. The doctor has also arrived. He quickly turned his head back. How is his injury? The subordinate hurriedly reported. Old illness relapsed. The situation is not very good. Leonard continued to walk forward. Where is the girl next to him? The subordinate hurriedly explained. The boss went to meet her. Hearing this made him stunned, turning his head back. This level of concern, is it a bit too much? Inside the vast room, Mawson was still chatting with Cinderella. Rest, that kid, has always been quiet since he was young. It is not easy to hear a heartfelt sentence from his mouth. Hearing this, she seemed curious, asking her again, It seems like you understand him very well. Then do you have any suggestions? Hearing these words, Mawson laughed. gently deciding, "Simple. Have a fight, and it is done." These words of hers made Cinderella scared to stop her heart. They have lived together for so long, are even more familiar than I imagined. While she was still thinking, she slowly turned her head back. "About today, the two of you." As if understanding what she meant, Cinderella pulled out the black card, holding it forward. "We are willing to compensate for all the losses to Hornobos." Seeing her own black card made Mawson have to laugh, raising her eyebrows. "Use my black card to compensate my losses." Cinderella laughed, not knowing how to explain. "Now it is my card. If you receive it, it is your card." Hearing that, she did not think much, immediately turning around, waving her hand. "Keep this card for yourself. You might need it later, the compensation. I will ask the assassin organization to demand back." At the same time, the doctor also stepped outside with a serious appearance. Cinderella hurriedly ran over, worried, asking, "How is Rest's situation?" He helplessly shook his head, informing the two, "The worst situation has appeared. The wound is too deep, leading to the relapse of old illness. The infection can't be controlled." These words directly made Mawson and Cinderella become frightened. Seeing the two worried like that, but the doctor also had no other way. "At this time, our abilities are only to control the infection. If we still can't find a way to dissolve the pollution creature, I am afraid it is more bad than good." This made Cinderella heartbroken, bowing her head. "I have to go back to the research institute." Mawson quickly decided, "I will take you and that rabbit together." Hearing that, the doctor hurriedly explained to her, "Rest must be transferred to the director's place. There are specialized equipment." Mawson slowly held the watch in her hand, waving to call, "Leonard, there is something you need to do immediately." At this moment, Renault stopped them, awkwardly saying loudly, Hey, is not that my rabbit? Have you asked for my opinion?" His attitude had completely changed. "Forget it, for the sake of him saving my life." He reached out his hand, sighing, wailing, "I had planned for so long. What is left?" On this side, Cinderella also slowly stepped out of the car. As soon as she entered inside, she immediately ordered, "To the research room quickly. I am very rushed." Leonard laughed, turning his head to look at her. "Sorry, my hand is injured. Can't be fast." Hearing the familiar voice made her somewhat startled, scared. "Why is it you?" Realizing the dangerous situation, Cinderella hurriedly sat close to the door. "What I hate comes, I provoked him like that. What if he uses this opportunity to take revenge on me?" Seeing this face of hers made him have to laugh, feeling surprised, not pretending anymore. Suddenly, the seatbelt tightened, making Cinderella notice. Afraid that something would happen, she constantly opened the door, but it seemed like all was useless. Thinking of this, Cinderella became stiff, hurriedly recounting. Saying it, "You might not believe it. I have claustrophobia. When I was in the secret room, I do not remember what I did myself." Leonard did not reply, suddenly turning the steering wheel hastily. This made her, sitting on one side, unfortunately bump straight into the door. While she was regaining her composure, Leonard immediately reminded, "Keep making it up. I am listening." Cinderella sighed, recounting everything at that time. "Mr. Leonard, the situation at that time was urgent. The location was also in Hornobos. To quickly save Rest, I had no other way." He still continued to drive very calmly. "Have you ever thought? He fundamentally did not need you to save him?" Her face became very sad, continuing to say what she was thinking. "I had thought of it. Anyway, his level of combat is very high, and he is also the captain of a warship. According to theory, he does not need to." Hearing this, Leonard curiously glanced towards her. "According to theory?" Cinderella laughed, sitting in the car, continuing to say, "But feelings can't be controlled. I can't leave him in a dangerous place and not do anything." Seeing that he still did not have any reaction, she excitedly added, "I do not regret it." This made Leonard think a lot. For feelings, so you can throw away reason. He continued to drive quickly forward, pondering, "In a life like a sophisticated machine like myself, I have never felt." While Leonard was still concentrating on driving, Cinderella laughed, progressing to chat. "So Leonard, you pretending to be a mummy standing guard on the stairs?" Was also taking the opportunity to confess. Seeing him point the gun at herself made her very scared, hurriedly stopping. Do not. Leonard gently glanced towards her, saying incomprehensible words. "Don't randomly guess my thoughts." Cinderella looked at the dark gun barrel right in front of her eyes. First, do not talk about that, but you are driving. What if you are not careful, then we are done for. He turned his head back, laughing to reply, this is a warning to you, not to be restless. Cinderella hurriedly sat down in her seat. Okay, scared to death, you are driving, whatever you say is right. This attitude of hers also made Leonard laugh, finding it interesting. Slick mouth. The car still continued to rush away on the long road, Cinderella secretly thought. If he really kills me, he can shoot me dead in one shot, then continue to drive. This made the corners of her mouth smile complacently. Test success. Rest is very important. I am also very important. If that is the case, then do not blame me. She quickly looked at the bracelet on her hand, then smiled, chatting. Mr. Leonard, how long has it been since you chatted normally with other people? Surely you do not always use this cold face to work. Inside the car, her words rang out, somewhat mocking. Speaking of work, Hornobos manages so many things every day. Can you give me a friendly price, or let me choose first? At this moment, Leonard suddenly braked sharply. This made her not wearing a seatbelt. Just like that, fall forward. She confusedly hugged her head, crying with a fearful expression. If you do not give it, you do not give it. What is with being so violent? Leonard opened the door, stepping outside to inform. Arrived. Although somewhat surprised, Cinderella still stepped out of the car. So fast. She also did not forget to friendly reach out her hand to greet Leonard. Thank you so much. Your hand is injured, and you are still so strong. If I have time, I will hang a banner for you in rotation. She hurriedly waved goodbye to that rabbit, and then walked forward. This action of hers also made Leonard even more curious. How can there be such a girl? He turned his head to ask the subordinate, do I wear a cold face every day to work? The subordinate nodded in response. That is your dignity. Leonard laughed, stepping forward. Dignity? Remembering something, he again continued to turn his head to ask about the subordinates. That is right. What is a rotation banner? On this side, Cinderella held the bunny, running quickly to the vast area in front. Looking at the place right in front made her somewhat surprised. Is the contaminated object research room here? At this moment, Chalice slowly stepped forward. He nodded to confirm. That is right. This building has a lot of research rooms. While walking, he was chatting with her. Because they can't produce achievements, so people like Mawson won't pay attention to this place. Chalice continued to comment on this place. In fact, inside has the most advanced equipment, Cinderella walked, exclaiming. Next, for this period of time, I will say I have to go on a business trip. Other things, I will leave to you and the director. Hearing that, he nodded in understanding. I know, rest assured. Remembering something, he called out, Cinderella. His face had become very firm, encouraging. Try your best, you can definitely do it. In his head, he secretly thought, carrying the blessings of the old guy. Cinderella held the bunny in her hand, smiling, nodding. Yes, I will definitely succeed. She turned to step into the lab room, because the price of failure is Rest's life. Her eyes at this time had become very determined. It seemed like there was nothing that could be changed. I fundamentally do not have a second choice. On the hospital bed, Rest was still tightly closing his eyes. The doctor worriedly held the diagnosis paper, stepping outside to inform, his situation is not good. He continued to sit down in front of Mawson to recount. Because of the past grudges, in these years he has always persevered. It is very hard. The doctor's eyes were thoughtful. His will to live is very weak. Hearing that, Mawson nodded in understanding. Speaking of this, he stifled a sigh. Just a little stimulation. Maybe can arouse his desire to live. The more she thought about it, the more hate Mawson had. If he dies, I will not let go of the assassin organization. Seeing her being so stubborn made the doctor have to sigh helplessly. Don't just want to hit and kill. Think of a way to save people. Her hand had tightly gripped the cane to the point of anger. There is no way. Only know how to kill people, do not know how to save people. Listening to this made the director speechless, not knowing what to say. The two of you do not let people worry less. Sooner or later, I will be angered to death by you. While the two were still chatting, Renault poked his head out, observing the situation. Thinking that Rest would have to lose his life made him somewhat surprised. Is he really going to die? His subordinates quickly progressed to discuss. Injured to that extent, It would be strange if he lived. It is good that he died. Boss, did not you expect him to die? Hearing that, he slapped his subordinate. Shut your mouth for me. Looking at Renault, right before his eyes made the subordinate somewhat confused. Clearly, you said every day. He embarrassedly turned his face in another direction, not knowing how to explain. He saved me several times. I can't target him anymore. At this moment, he noticed his two subordinates, suddenly bowing respectfully. This made Renault somewhat laugh in surprise. I know my moral character is very high, but you do not need to be so respectful towards me. At the same time, Mawson had approached him. She coldly gave the order, lead this guy over to me. Hearing that, he was startled. Before he could react, the two guards had already escorted Renault over. Hey, what do you guys want to do again? After entering inside the room, he angrily scolded. Having money and power means you can do whatever you want. Mawson coldly spoke only 2 words, can. Seeing her attitude being so strange, made Renault somewhat afraid. She continued to look at Rest, still lying in a coma on the hospital bed. Think of a way to stimulate his desire to live. Otherwise, you will have to be buried with him. Hearing this, he only knew how to cry desperately. I knew that getting close to you would not be good. He hurriedly progressed to the front of Cinderella's hospital bed. After you wake up, I will let you hit me once. But Cinderella did not open his eyes. He was still lying quietly there. This made him sigh, somewhat tired. Really want to let Cinderella come see this appearance of yours. The machine's alarms constantly made strange sounds, making him startled to notice. Renault hurriedly stood up, panicking, remembering everything. It is effective, what did I say? He constantly loudly said to Rest, you have to persevere a little more. Cinderella will come visit you soon. It is Cinderella, Cinderella. The sounds gradually rang out. In a certain memory, Rest had slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he sat up, Cinderella was constantly crying, very desperately. Seeing her shed tears also made him feel heartache. Cinderella, do not cry. She only knew how to helplessly recount everything to him. Rest, Hines said you died, wanted to imprison me. Cinderella's face was constantly desperate, tightly grabbing his hand. What should I do? Rest at that time only knew how to look at her tears flowing on his hand. He stunned to realize the person he loved was in danger. Time seemed to have stopped. Cinderella was still covering her face, crying. Hines smiled with a complacent face. This made Rest even more determined, loudly saying, Cinderella. He clenched his palm. No, I can't leave Cinderella alone. The scene shifted to the outside of reality. The monitoring machine constantly rang out strange sounds. This made Renault even more delighted. I really am a genius. I have created a medical miracle. Inside the room, he was constantly jumping. Mawson, witnessing this scene on one side, was somewhat speechless. The director also had to laugh, adding, young people are really lively. On this side, Cinderella liked to scare the bunny in front. Rest assured, I won't hurt you. She quickly pulled out 2 strange tubes of medicine. I only need a little antibody on your body. Cinderella continued to walk to the monitoring machine, checking to see if there was anything unusual. When looking at the information on the machine, she was somewhat surprised. This value is not right. Cinderella held the antibody in her hand, not knowing where she had gone wrong. Why is the antibody value not increasing? Suddenly, she noticed the bunny on one side had become very scared. Cinderella stepped forward, gently stroking it. Sorry, scared you? Realizing that she was too impatient made her sigh. It is that I was too heated. Even so, she refused to give up. It is okay. I can still persevere. She quickly encouraged herself. Try your best. Cinderella continued to turn, research. Unfortunately, she bumped into the table. The bracelet, just like that, fell out right in front of this mutated bunny. The eyes of it looked at the bracelet with a very strange expression. Seeing the important object that she had dropped made Cinderella very worried. Is it not broken? Her eyes were very respectful when looking at the bracelet on her hand. It is from a very important person. It seemed like the bunny, watching on one side, had understood something. She gently hugged the bracelet with respect. This time we must save him. Suddenly, a golden light suddenly shone on the horn of the bunny. This image made Cinderella freeze for a moment. This is... The bunny was still looking at her with a dazed face. The scene shifted to the research institute. Hines had become very headache. It has been many days that Cinderella has not come to the research room, saying she is gone on a business trip. Linda on one side, hearing that, was somewhat sad. Am I imagining it myself? Recently, Hines, towards Cinderella. She again went to his presence, asking, "Isn't a business trip very normal?" As usual, she again used her charming tricks to seduce Hines. Are you being too concerned about her? Hearing that, he worried, hurriedly explaining, after the auction she has not appeared, at the same time also not seeing rest. After speaking, Hines coldly pushed Linda aside. Moreover, I also can't contact Black Crow. The mission was completed. Why is there no news? She hurriedly tried to soothe his worried mood. We can ask the assassin organization. Hines coldly turned his head, saying, Do you think I have not asked? The assassin organization warned me. Because Black Crow took a private mission, it had brought them a big trouble. Speaking of this, he unhappily walked outside. Mr. Ka used the reason of violating the treaty, has ambushed the assassin organization for several days. The more he spoke, the more worried Hines became. I have to go find the director to inquire a bit. After seeing him turn to leave, Linda immediately put on a wrong face. I hope you are only using her, and do not have any other thoughts. On this side, Hines did not need to progress to asking the director, when will Cinderella return from her business trip? Research X39 is in a critical stage. Hearing that, the director only calmly looked at the files in his hand. If you are because of Research X39. He laughed very happily, interested, recounting, don't you know, Cinderella has completed all the research. Moreover, has submitted the report. These words of his made Hines angry to the point of boiling blood. What? Why do not I know? Seeing that, the director sighed, quickly teaching him, I have said to you long ago, must maintain good relations with colleagues. Do not use power to oppress others. His voice constantly rang out in the room. If you had listened to me sooner, would the relationship between colleagues become so stuck? Hines slowly left. Thinking of the things that had happened made him frown unhappily. Director, are you trying to stand on the opposite side of us? The director also was not afraid, answering, I am just doing my duty. Hines stepped outside, slamming the door shut. Very good. Seeing that he was still too stubborn, the director sighed, not knowing what to say, still a bit easily agitated. After all, he is young. Time passed. Xiao Chu on this side was still comfortably walking forward. Suddenly, Linda appeared. Poking her head out, she secretly observed, Mrs. delivering lunch to whom? She stepped inside the institute, hurriedly running quickly with a glancing appearance, making her even more curious. Still, so mysterious. Looking at a quiet and deserted place right in front made her even more stunned. What is she doing here? Linda quickly left this place, calculating, there must be a problem with this place. On this side, Rest seemed to not have any progress. He was still only lying quietly there. Renault, seeing that, had become very desperate. Cinderella, Cinderella, Cinderella is coming soon. The sounds constantly ringing made him carry hope. Seeing Rest still lying motionless made him very helpless. Like, this is not good. I am about to become a robot. I am very tired. At this moment, a person slowly appeared from behind, catching his attention. Renault quickly ran to hug this man's legs, begging, No way, I can't stand it anymore. You come replace me, director. As soon as he looked up, Leonard laughed, informing, I am not the director, but I can replace you. Seeing him appear at that place made Renault fearfully retreat backward. No, 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 I did not mean that. He still continued to approach forward. It is a warning. Rest had something happen. Hearing that, he finally sighed, recounting, It is okay, I just need to call a few times. Cinderella, he will recover normally. Cinderella, Cinderella. The strange sounds constantly rang out, making Renault turn his head to pay attention. Realizing he was still lying quietly made him somewhat panicked. Why is not it working? Feeling the situation was not good, he constantly slapped his hand on the glass window. Hey, can you hear? I said Cinderella is coming soon. You persevere a little more. At the same time, at this moment, the doctor also hurriedly ran in. It is not working anymore. Let me see. Leonard on one side witnessing this scene, outside a bunch of unreliable. Realizing the situation was not good, the doctor panikedly informed, "It is not good. The pollution has spread to the entire body. The time for us is not much left." Hearing this news made Renault freeze. What do you mean? He was secretly reminding the two, if in 10 hours there is no way to solve this situation, rest may. Looking at the watch on his hand, Leonard was somewhat angry. Why can't I get through? On this side, Cinderella was still concentrating on research. As soon as Xiaochu came to deliver food, she stepped outside with a tired appearance. "Xiaochu, you wait a moment." Remembering something, Xiaochu worriedly put her hand on her chest to recount. "Cinderella, I do not know why. I always have a feeling that someone has been following me these days." Hearing that, she understood something more. That is right, seeing that, she was startled. "You knew everything." Cinderella's face had become very serious, suggesting, "There is something that is very important and also very urgent. Only you can help me. Do you agree?" Xiaochu did not think much, immediately nodding in agreement. "You trust me like that, I definitely can." The scene had shifted to the morning of the next day at a familiar place. Seeing Xiaochu appear with a worried appearance made Linda somewhat curious. "Xiaochu, why are you here?" She stumbled, worriedly explaining everything. I came to deliver food. I do not know anything." She crossed her arms, seriously asking questions. "Then do you know where Cinderella has gone during this period of time?" Hearing the name Cinderella, she immediately became trembling with fear. "What are you saying, Cinderella? She is not here." The clumsy appearance of hers became even more awkward. "I have not said anything. No, what I meant was, I do not know." It seemed like Linda had guessed something. She laughed, understanding. "Okay, you go do your work." Xiaoqiu also hurriedly left. She stepped inside the research institute. "I am also busy." At this moment, Xiaoqiu hurriedly held the lunchbox, passing by Hines. Seeing him lead a group of people to progress forward, she secretly thought, "I will not fail your trust. Hopefully, you will also be smooth." On this side, Cinderella was still constantly stroking the bunny. "This time, I really must thank you. You rest assured. We will send you home." Outside constantly rang out very strange sounds. Cinderella stood up, releasing the bunny to inside the cage. "Just do what we discussed beforehand. Got it." At the same time, the strange, black-clothed bodyguards opened the door, stepping inside. Hines, leading Linda, suddenly appeared at this place. "Cinderella, so you were hiding here." Cinderella immediately turned on the acting mode, surprised when seeing the group of people. "Why did you guys find this place?" "Clearly, I had been very careful." His face became very serious, declaring, "Immediately stop investigating your research. Cooperate with our investigation." She angrily put her hand on her chest, saying loudly, "This is my personal research. What are you guys relying on to investigate me?" Seeing Cinderella being so stubborn, Linda laughed, mocking. "You and rest colluded. The X39 results, again, omitted the normal procedure to submit. First, we are conducting an investigation in a gay, legitimate, and compliant process. Unless..." Hearing that, she was startled, surprised. "Unless what?" She continued to approach closer, constantly blaming. "Of course, it is submitting the X39 research object back to us. I and Hines will think of a way to help you cover this up." Seeing that she was still hesitant, she quickly tightly grabbed Cinderella's hand. "I only wanted what is best for you. Rest's background is originally very sensitive. You want to go to jail with him?" The more she spoke, the more thoughtful Linda became. "If it is not good to say, then you will be carrying the charge of a spy assisting the enemy." At the same time, several subordinates, after searching for the information, brought it to Hines to report, confirmed, "Has discovered a critical illness notice." He held the paper in his hand, coldly giving the order. "You guys all go out." The group nodded in understanding. Yes. Even Linda had to go outside. She somewhat worriedly followed the two with her eyes. After realizing Rest's serious condition, Hines became very complacent. "The research object that you could not easily get has died. Has died. What is left? What else needs to be continued?" He also did not forget to approach Cinderella, adding, "You still do not know. The hospital has notified, after today, Rest will die. Everything you have done is useless." This news made Rest's whole body tremble, unable to stand firm. Seeing her so heartbroken, Hines quickly progressed to comfort. I know you are unwilling, so you want to connect with him, to betray me, to attract my attention. The more he spoke, the more complacent he became. But you see, the person you can rely on now is only me. Realizing that his plan was gradually succeeding, made Hines laugh with interest. You submit Research X39. According to the process, I will handle that old director. Moreover, I promise you, will quickly marry you. Cinderella constantly covered her face, listening to his words. Let everything return to its proper trajectory. At this moment she suddenly replied, I know. Hines laughed very excitedly. As long as you listen, we will be like before. After speaking, he coldly turned to leave. Hurry up. You know I do not like to wait. After seeing that he had left, Cinderella laughed. Taking her hand down from her face almost revealed my laughter. Seeing that her plan had succeeded made her very excited. A foolish and arrogant person who would bother going back to eat old grass like you. On this side, Xiaochu very hurriedly ran to the hospital, where Rest was at. Hurry up, this is what Cinderella from my house brought. As soon as it was opened, there was a prepared medication right there, making everyone somewhat surprised. An injection. The doctor hurriedly took the bottle of medicine in his hand to examine. She really did it, the rest is up to us. This made Xiaoqi tired, gasping, leaning against the wall. I did not expect that I really transferred it successfully. Recalling the past, at that time Cinderella gave Xiaoqi the bottle of medicine, instructing, they do not think I can research successfully, but they will use this matter to threaten me. So they won't pay attention to you. Her face at that time had become very serious. I will divert their attention. You must successfully bring it to the hospital. Thinking of this, Xiaochu stifled a sigh. I do not know how it is with Cinderella. At the same time, at this moment the doctor had slowly injected the medicine Cinderella researched into Rest's body. Rest, we are all working hard. You must also try hard. After this medicine entered the body, it made Rest become very painful. He remembered the scene when he hugged Rest, leaving from Hines. Just when it seemed like everything was fine, the thorny vines constantly appeared. These things kept tightly wrapping around Rest's hands, making him worried, hurriedly reminding, hurry up, leave here now. Cinderella turned back, tightly grabbing his hand, shouting, Rest, you can't give up. He only calmly let go of her hand, instructing, do you know, Cinderella? Actually, I should have slept forever with my teammates in the depths of the universe. The vines were gradually pulling him away from her. But after returning, I met you, and every second I spent with you is precious. Those are the happiest moments of my life. His hand tried to reach towards Cinderella, but it seemed like all was useless. Actually, I know this is just a dream, and it is time to wake up. Cinderella hurriedly shouted his name, Rest. The vines were gradually embracing his body. It seemed like he had predicted this. I have to go to the place that I belong. Tears rolled down Cinderella's cheeks. You said you would wait for me, would not abandon me. All of these things were gradually tightening. He also said his last words, sorry, I went back on my word. She very decisively looked straight at him. I do not allow it. She could not stand still anymore, constantly struggling with the pile of vines. We have gone through so much together. I do not allow you to go back on your word. She tried to use her strength to tear apart the vines wrapped around her. You must live to face me. The strange sounds constantly rang out. Rest's hand had also appeared. He coughed, then realized the vines were constantly being torn apart. Sitting on the ground, Rest was very touched. Cinderella, you saved me again. She quickly rushed to hug him, crying, you must live well with me. Her voice gradually became warm, and Cinderella's part too. The doctor, seeing Rest's progress improve, immediately became happy. Success. The indexes are gradually recovering. After a period of struggling with death, Rest also slowly opened his eyes. This made Xiaochu on one side become very excited. Success? Cinderella, you have created a miracle. On this side, hearing the news that Rest was safe, Cinderella sighed in relief. Great. She quickly held the watch in her hand, reminding, then I do not need to pretend anymore. Tell Leonard to send someone to pick me up. Hearing this unfamiliar name made Xiaochu somewhat curious. Leonard? Who is Leonard? At this moment, Leonard on the side sighed. I know. Seeing her run so fast ahead made him extremely bewildered. Am I really that scary? Fierce battles were constantly erupting outside. Cinderella walked outside and was a little surprised to see Leonard. Did you come to pick me up yourself? He chuckled and opened the car door in reply. Just on the way. Seems like you have guessed something. Do I look like someone you can trust? In the car speeding forward, Leonard asked, I am curious. Did your reason suppress your emotions this time? Cinderella leaned wearily against the car window and replied, This time it is because I have no choice. Just one small mistake and Rest will lose his life. After she finished speaking, she fell asleep. Leonard was even more admiring. Cinderella, you truly are a miraculous creature. Soon the scene shifted to the interior of a vast hospital. Cinderella hurriedly ran to Rest's bedside with a feverish look. At this moment, Mawson was also standing outside the hallway chatting with Leonard. Rest only needs a little more and he can fully recover. As for you, you seem a little different lately than before. He lowered his head upon hearing this and said, Actually, Before he could finish speaking, Mawson's cane slammed heavily on the ground. Her face was extremely serious as she repeatedly lectured, I just want to remind you, do not follow in my footsteps. Curiosity is the first step towards downfall. On the other side, Cinderella was still sitting right next to Rest's bed. It is that serious. I did not even get to keep you. Seeing her appear made him extremely excited. Cinderella. Without thinking, he quickly sat up, making her worried. Wait, you still can't go out yet. Suddenly, he unexpectedly hugged her tightly. I swear, I will never leave you again. This made her seem surprised. Is this still the taciturn Rest from before? Rest's actions just now also left her bewildered. Why are you suddenly? He only said extremely incomprehensible words. Now I can promise you a future. On the other side, Renault hurriedly ran towards the doctor. My cousin is awake. Is he okay? Just as he was about to go in, the doctor suddenly stopped him. He is awake. Wait a moment. Do not go in yet. He was a little surprised. Why? I have to see how he is. He immediately used the file in his hand to knock him on the head. You clueless brat. He clutched his head in confusion. Why are you hitting me for no reason, you old man? Just as the two of them were arguing, Mawson slowly walked over. It is good that he is awake. She looked into the room and sighed, giving the order, Let us go. Rest should return to the worship. There is still a lot to do. Leonard still maintained his cold expression and nodded in agreement. Yes. Inside the room, Rest comfortably held Cinderella's hand. That is right, you cried so hard, saying I should not worry about you. This made Cinderella extremely embarrassed, quickly turning her face away. It is lucky you were dreaming. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Otherwise, how could I have the face to show myself? She quickly touched Rest's lips with her hand. Okay, I know. Do not say any more. Looking at her cute face made him even more surprised. Cinderella, are you embarrassed? He quickly grabbed her hand and happily said, I am really happy. There will be you in the future. These warm words made Cinderella extremely happy. No way. He has become clear-headed. Really no way. Why is he so handsome? The sounds from the watch on her wrist kept ringing, drawing Cinderella's attention. She quickly picked up the watch to check the situation. It is broken. I forgot about Hines. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. I feel like 525's threat to me was not fake. As the plot develops, he will soon collude with the enemy. Realizing that there was not much time left, Cinderella turned her head and reminded him, I have urgent business to attend to now. Are you okay here alone? At the same time, on the other side, Hines angrily roared, She tricked me. His attitude startled Linda a little. She hurriedly panicked and asked, Forget about Rest recovering, but it seems like X-39 won't be in our hands either. What should we do now? The more she spoke, the darker his face became. X-39 can still be taken, but now we must immediately change direction. Do you remember Cinderella's previous project? After thinking for a short time, 525 slowly walked outside. Contact that side. It is time for them to take action. This surprised Linda a little. Take action against the Silver Star defense system. At this point, he did not care about anything anymore. With Rest's background, would not it be a waste not to be a spy? He gave a faint smile with a vicious look. As for Cinderella, let her immerse herself in depravity to save rest. Then do not blame me. On the other side, a group of armed people ran quickly forward. They presented a piece of paper in front of the director of the hospital. At the same time, the captain also stepped forward and said, "Director, we are under orders to investigate internal spies. Don't block our path." This surprised all the scientists outside, who began discussing. What exactly happened? Why is it so serious? I heard there is a spy in the hospital. Cellist turned his head around and reminded everyone unhappily. It has not been investigated yet. Do not talk nonsense. But everyone kept discussing extremely enthusiastically, and it reached his ears. Why is it nonsense? If there is not any evidence, why would people from the military keep coming these past few days? It seems like they are investigating Cinderella and rest. Hearing this, another person surprisingly added, "You and Cinderella are close. Is not it because you and the director instructed it?" His face became extremely fierce as he reminded them, "George, you have to have evidence when you speak. I will investigate you for slander." This made him a little scared. I will see how arrogant you can be. Until when? Seeing that the captain had appeared here, the director had to reluctantly greet him. "It really is an investigation order, Chief Guard Gusto, please come in." He coldly walked in, leading the armed troop into the interior. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "The enemy is attacking us, about to enter the border, but the Silver Star defense system did not issue a warning." Looking at him also made everyone shudder because of his viciousness. Now the evidence shows that there are people in the research institute colluding with the Empire, committing treason. Where is the person in charge of the Silver Star defense system? This made the people in the research institute laugh mockingly. Where's Cinderella? She is probably hiding somewhere, right? It is not impossible. After all, she and that spy are ambiguous. Hearing this name made Gusto laugh in surprise. Where's Cinderella? If she does not appear, I will have to. At this moment, Cinderella coldly walked over, acting as if she did not care about anyone. What is the rush? I am here. Seeing her so relaxed made him even more uncomfortable. How can you be so carefree? He continued to turn his head and scold the director. Is this the attitude of your research institute staff? Hearing this, the director intended to explain further. That we respect the personality of each person in the research institute. Gusto seemed to be about to lose it. Don't be cunning, this irresponsible attitude. I will definitely report it to headquarters. This made Cinderella laugh because she felt things were gradually becoming interesting. While he was still uncomfortable, she slowly walked forward. I am just a researcher carrying out my mission. What exactly do you want from me? Gusto held out the paper in front of her and said loudly, "The chief designer of the Silver Star system, Cinderella, you are accused of treason." She lowered her head and carefully read the information on the paper. Treason. Seeing that she still refused to admit it, he turned his head and ordered, "Take her away." The news was reporting the latest news. At present, our military has intercepted the abnormal movement signals of the Imperial Army on the border. The situation is getting more tense. Faced with rumors of a possible war, please increase public awareness. On one side, Warren was comfortably scrutinizing these things. The secretary anxiously stepped forward and interrupted. High leadership, regarding the unusual activities on the border, all parties are calling to inquire. Do we need to... Before the secretary could finish speaking, he quickly waved his hand. Don't rush to answer first. What does the Research Institute say? Hearing this, he quickly opened the watch on his hand to check. Director Hart said that the secret key of the Silver Star defense system is only held by him, and that researcher... Cinderella's image quickly appeared. It is her, Cinderella. You personally issued an order to protect her. Hearing this, Warren nodded and glanced at it. I remember her. The secretary continued to recount everything. Director Hart also said that Hines and Cinderella are in a romantic relationship. He is also suspected and should be investigated together. Hearing this, Warren slowly stood up and instructed, Hines is the successor that I value. He must not be dragged in. In addition, the secretary kept listening to his requests. I heard that that child has gone to the front line. How is his health? He smiled and reported what he had learned. There has never been a precedent for someone who has been contaminated to control a warship. If he really succeeds, then it proves. At the same time, Warren kept tapping his fingers on the table and commented, "It proves that Cinderella's talent is more powerful than we imagined." Speaking of this, he quickly walked outside. A scientist who can penetrate the battlefield and research. Before the investigation is clear, do not make it my deputy. His voice kept echoing inside the room. Maintaining a false peace for many years, or it will be exposed. The scene shifted to a vast hallway at the research institute. Cinderella was being escorted to a vast room. Seeing that she was still standing there blankly made Gusto burst out laughing smugly. This is a small dark room in the military. After being locked in it, it will be isolated from light and sound. No matter how tenacious a person is, they will collapse mentally. His face gradually became smug as he moved closer to her. A scientist has never been locked inside before. I do not know how long you can last. Cinderella immediately put on a pitiful look and kept pleading with her eyes. I can't stand the dark, can I be locked here? Gusto's eyes lit up visibly, and he kept asking, Are you willing to plead guilty then? Hearing this, she sighed, and covered her face in thought. Which is more serious, losing this little life, or being locked in a dark room? I can still tell the difference. Because he was so angry, he quickly pointed inside the room. Then go inside for me. Let me see how long you can be stubborn. While the people were preparing to escort Cinderella inside, a voice rang out, Wait. The man hurriedly ran over and shouted the announcement, the latest instructions from the high leadership. This man was the captain of the 1st Legion stationed in the Federation, Haspan. He hurriedly pulled out the newspaper and said, Before the investigation is clear, do not make things difficult for the scientist. This made Gusto somewhat confused to the point of panic. Captain, are you mistaken? She is suspected of being a spy. Haspan unhappily hit him on the head and said loudly, You said suspected already. Does not that mean she has not been convicted yet? Hearing this, he added something, but Before he could finish speaking, Haspan interrupted, Shut up. Do not talk nonsense. He hurriedly turned his head and ordered the guards on one side, 2 different people, hurry up and release the scientist. Haspan kept running towards Cinderella, anxiously and worriedly asking, You know, a high-level leader, why did not you say so earlier? It would not have led to such a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Cinderella was speechless and did not know what to say. I do not even know that I know a high-level leader. She immediately gave a forced smile in response. Isn't it because I was afraid of causing more trouble for the leader? Moreover, I also believe in the fairness and justice of the 1st Legion. Hearing this, Haspan unhappily kicked Gusto in the body. Hurry up and take Cinderella back to her room to rest. She sighed and glanced around this place. I hope rest is also going smoothly. The scene shifted to this side, where Rest had gone to the border battlefield. He quickly released the rabbit down to the ground. We have kept our promise, bringing people back to their hometown. Don't get caught next time. He smiled gently and touched the little rabbit. You are trying to say that I have the same scent as you, right? At this moment, Bruno ran over with a report. Boss, our warship has investigated the direction of the Imperial Army. Rest still gently stroked the little rabbit and instructed, It is very dangerous recently. Go home quickly. He continued to look at the report that Bruno handed over. This is the position we have tracked down. Seeing that the positions in this place were somewhat similar made him surprised. There is a predicted position of Cinderella's Silver Star defense system on my bracelet. Rest quickly handed this report to Bruno and instructed, There is no problem with the Silver Star defense system. Someone is interfering with the reporting data. It is impossible to detect it at the border. His face was slightly angry. Record all the data in detail. We must quickly go to the correct location to intercept them. Suddenly, Rest coughed continuously, drawing Bruno's attention. He looked at him with an extremely worried gaze. Boss, are you okay? You came to the battlefield before you had fully recovered your health. Rest seemed to not care much about these things. Can't wait. The border needs me. He clenched his palm tightly with determination. Cinderella needs it too. After speaking, Rest and Bruno headed towards the warship. As soon as he entered, a security guard hurriedly shouted, Emergency announcement! Emergency announcement! He continued to look at the 2 people and recounted. It was discovered by the Parliament and is questioning us why we are arbitrarily mobilizing troops and appearing at the border. Cinderella quickly went to the control position and replied, "Don't care about them." Based on the position issued by the Silver Star defense system, increase the speed to the fullest and move forward. On this side, the secretary hurriedly reported everything. Parliament Speaker, the number 10 Army directly turned off the notification. Hearing this, he continuously slammed things on the ground unhappily. Waste. All are waste. The more he thought about it, the more hatred Hines felt. A person who is about to die can't be watched, letting him secretly run to the border. At this time, another subordinate also stepped forward to report information. We found out that there was a batch of auction items from Hornobos that were transported to the border before. He did not forget to add, it is His Excellency Ka's private jet, so it can't be investigated. Hearing this, Hines was shocked in surprise. What relationship do Rest and Hornobos have? The subordinate hurriedly bowed his head and reported everything. His Excellency Ka is too mysterious. We can't find his information. Hearing this, he kept tapping his fingers on the table and sighed. Black Crow lost his life at Hornobos before. Is His Excellency Ka and the assassin organization really not getting along? The subordinate nodded and continued to express his doubts. Too many coincidences at once. It is very likely that it is not a coincidence. Remembering something, he hurriedly picked up the phone to report, Your Excellency, the number 10 Army has decisively not answered the phone. What should we do now? A vicious smile appeared on Hines' face as he quickly decided, don't answer the phone, then let them face public opinion, issue a notification, question the number 10 Army. After speaking, he stepped forward. I am going to see the high-level leader. Inside the room, the secretary quickly bowed his head. Hines wants to see you. Warren continued to look at the documents in his hand, still too sigh, can't control the anger. A disdainful look appeared on his face. Let him in. Tell him the words Director Hart told him. He needs to avoid being suspected. As soon as he entered the room, Hines angrily spoke. Rest poisoned Cinderella. We need to start an investigation even more. The secretary immediately gave a calm smile in reply. If I remember correctly, your accusation is that there is a problem with the Silver Star defense system. Hearing this, he clearly showed his discomfort on his face. What do you mean by that? The secretary still was not afraid to continue explaining to him. The secret key of the Silver Star defense system is not only in Cinderella's hands. Deeper investigation may involve you as well. There was no other way. Hines could only turn around and leave, I know. Remembering something made him suddenly stop. His subordinate curiously asked, could it be that he is suspecting something? Realizing that everything was not going according to plan made him angry and gritted his teeth. Contact that side. Rest must be killed at the border, leaving no way out. Inside the room, the calls kept ringing. Gusto, gusto, gusto. Seeing that he still had no movement made her remind him. Gusto. This made him extremely hateful outside. This damned woman, she is ordering me around. The more he thought about it, the more hateful he felt. Damn it, I can't tear my face open now. Entering the room, he gave a forced smile. Here, what do you need? Cinderella quickly pointed to the TV in front. It is too boring. Can you give me a tablet with internet access? Although he was very angry, Gusto could only suppress this anger in his heart. Here, although you are in the resting room, you have not completely cleared your suspicion. Cinderella laughed and quickly put the plate of fruit down on the table. I understand. You can install more surveillance cameras or arrange equipment. I can only browse but can't reply. There was no other way. Gusto could only give her a tablet. You can only browse. You can't reply. Looking inside the machine made Cinderella somewhat surprised. This is... Gusto's face became even more smug. The latest news. The squad of the number 10 Army ignored the Parliament and arbitrarily appeared on the border and have been publicly questioned. After speaking, he did not forget to sigh. The people are doubting that the squad of the number 10 Army is rebelling and has nothing to do with us. Cinderella silently looked at Rest on the news screen. Commander of the number 10 Army Rest is leading troops to rebel on the border. The comments kept appearing. Floor 1. It is crazy, so blatant. Floor 2. Do not... the identity of this Rest is very complicated. Floor 3. I know. His mother, seeing that she was so scared, made Gusto even more smug. Don't say whether Rest can live back. Even if he returns, it will be over. Who else can he push the responsibility to? Why do not you let yourself out? Speaking of which, he sighed, I am just thinking for you. Why do you have to sacrifice your future for such a waste? Hearing this, Cinderella bowed her head and replied, So I misunderstood you. Gusto laughed and added, It is okay. It is not too late to know now. You just need to. Before he could finish speaking, she interrupted. Are you not stupid at all? Lock me in the dark room so I am panicked and mentally broken. Speaking of which, she slowly kneaded the thing next to her to go up. In this situation, I just need to admit that Rest tempted me to get involved in the Silver Star defense system. I can go out perfectly. Cinderella's face almost became dangerous and approached Gusto. If you say so, my file has a threat of dependence in the future. You have to listen to your words, and also confirm Rest's crime. It turned out that his entire plan had been seen through by her, so secretly ambushed the number 210 army is Hines. Seeing that she knew everything, a look of anger flashed on his face. Don't be shameless. As soon as Gusto finished speaking, she immediately hit him straight on the head with the thing in her hand. Looking at the plate in her hand, Cinderella laughed with delight. Heavy fruit plate also has the advantage of being heavy. After a period of searching, she was very happy to realize, found it. Holding the walkie-talkie in her hand, she immediately decided, I have to report to the superiors. I have to go see the leader. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie asked, Gusto, are you sleeping? On this side, looking at the situation in front of her, made Rest a little surprised. So many people, too much attention to me? The warships were surrounding Rest's warship. On this side, the secretary was still busy listening to the other end of the phone. His Excellency is busy. What is the matter? Are you sure? He hurriedly turned his head and looked around the room. I know. I will report. The secretary hurriedly stepped forward in front of Warren and said, Cinderella asked to see you, saying there is something related to the safety of the country, very serious. This made him a little surprised that he did not understand what was going on. She is being guarded. How can she report? Hearing this, the secretary fearfully recounted. She said the matter was urgent and had seized the communication walkie-talkie of the guard. Warren laughed in surprise. The children nowadays, their guts are getting bigger and bigger. After thinking for a short time, he quickly made a decision. Can be met. But tell her there is still a chance to withdraw now. If she deceives me, she can just wait to receive a life sentence. And so the secretary could only lead Cinderella into Warren's room. This scene happened to be caught by Hines's henchman, and he was very surprised. Why is she here? He hurriedly ran towards Hines to recount everything. Upper class? I just saw Cinderella in the elevator. Next to her is the bodyguard of His Excellency. He heard this and startled. What? The more he thought about it, the more difficult he felt to understand. What is she looking for from His Excellency? On this side, as soon as he saw Cinderella, Warren said, Cinderella? She was still very polite and bowed her head to greet him, Your Excellency. His face was somewhat displeased as he announced, I am giving you 10 minutes. You would better convince me. She was not afraid at all and quickly nodded in agreement. There is indeed an internal spy within our ranks, but it is not me. Hearing this, he coldly ordered, You must take responsibility for what you say. She turned her head to look at the secretary and suggested, Did you bring my tablet? He nodded. Here it is. Taking the tablet in her hand, Cinderella handed it to Warren. There is nothing wrong with the Silver Star defense system. She kept tapping the tablet screen with her hand. Someone is deliberately distorting the location of the Imperial warship's appearance. Notifications rang out from the tablet screen. Beep, beep, beep. Red alert limit. Alert, alert. You have activated isolated permissions, except for authorized devices. All other permissions are invalid. Please confirm. Cinderella nodded continuously, patting the tablet. Confirm. Connecting to the other end, she said, Rest. Restore positioning in 1 minute. Okay. He nodded in agreement. Okay. After doing these simple operations, Cinderella smiled and walked towards Warren. Actually, when I was conducting research, I set up a hidden command. She kept tapping her fingers to search for information. Now only I have the final authority. Rest will synchronize the combat data on the front lines, proving that there is no problem with the Silver Star defense system. Hearing this, Warren turned his head to look at the secretary, as if secretly signaling. The tablet screen in front of the three people clearly showed everything that was recorded. She secretly glanced at him. This time, the Empire has entered the border. Aren't you worried? He replied coldly. The scale is still within a controllable range. Speaking of this, Cinderella quickly proposed, do you want to bet with me? Seeing that things were interesting, he enthusiastically nodded. This is interesting. How? She smiled comfortably and continued to recount. I bet Rest can use the Silver Star defense system to eliminate all enemy troops. After speaking, Cinderella continued to make her request. You will not pursue his arbitrary decision this time, and let him restore his position. At this moment, the door opened, and a voice rang out. I agree. This man was Anthony, the commander of the No. 10 Army, Rest's direct superior and the leader's teacher. Seeing that he had appeared made Warren somewhat surprised. Teacher Anthony, are not you sick? Why are you here? He angrily sat down in the chair and kept criticizing. Aren't I here to clean up the mess for that brat? He is still the captain of my squad. Remembering the main problem, Anthony's face immediately became calm and went straight to the point. As long as he returns victorious this time, he can not only return to the army, but my position will also be given to him. Hearing this, Warren was very uncomfortable and quickly reminded him, Teacher, appointing a commander is a big deal. It can't be done casually. At this time, Cinderella had also secretly thought, Commander Anthony is the commander of the No. 10 Army. It seems like in the story, he quietly died in bed. Contrary to Warren's thoughts, Anthony replied unhappily. Except for the No. 1 Army, which is related to the Parliament, all appointments in other armies are autonomous. The voices kept echoing inside the room. As long as he can still control the warship, he can be the commander of the No. 10 Army. After speaking, he laughed and turned his head to look at Warren. I am old too. That position should be his. What do you think? Seeing the stubbornness on his face, Warren could only sigh. Since you have said so, I have no objections. Anthony continued to look at Cinderella. I bet with you. At the same time, on this side, looking at the information in front of him had made Hines extremely panicked. What happened? My permissions are gone. At the same time, his subordinate hurriedly ran into the room to report. It is not good. Commander Anthony has also arrived. Hearing this, Hines angrily slammed the table and stood up. What did you say? Isn't he sick and unable to stand up? The more he spoke, the more worried he became, and did not know what to do. What should we do next? The contact between us and that side. He immediately stood up and kept yelling loudly. Temporarily cut off all contact. It needs to be cleaned up thoroughly. We have lost this battle. Just thinking that his plan had been broken made him angrily clench his fist. I have to protect myself first. The scene shifted to the interior of the vast warships. Cinderella kept controlling the warship flying in the air. Bruno, have you arrived at the designated location? He quickly reported. Just some small tails. I have caught them all. His face became extremely smug and added, They are carrying jamming devices, wanting to sneak in to disable our weapons. It is really thanks to the Silver Star positioning system. At the same time, more and more warships were gradually appearing around this place. Rest's face gradually became smug and nodded. Sure enough, then there is nothing to worry about. Without hesitation, Rest immediately gave the order. All warships listened to the order. Start attacking with all your strength. Loud explosions kept ringing, and all three people on this side were also holding their breath and observing. Anthony seemed to have noticed Cinderella's abnormality. Cinderella, are you nervous? She sighed and decided to say all her thoughts. It is fake to say I am not nervous. This time, Rest's attack is not only related to his own future, but also to my future. She secretly recalled herself from before, and also our future. At this moment, Anthony kept coughing. Seeing that he was so seriously ill made Warren very worried. Teacher, you are really too reckless. But he just calmly kept waving his hand. I am old. I have to hand over the future of the Federation to a reliable subordinate, so I can rest assured. Anthony continued to glance at Cinderella and smiled in praise. At that time, in addition to retirement, there was actually another better choice, but he was willing to be with you. He really did not misjudge people. Hearing this, she secretly recalled the pitiful rest of the old story. No, he actually misjudged Cinderella, and even had to pay the price with his life early because of that mistake. Thinking of this, she became even more determined and clenched her fist. So I will definitely not let such a thing happen. Cinderella stood in front of Anthony and declared very firmly, "He protects me, and I am willing to protect him too." Everyone in the room stood still, waiting to see what would happen next. Seeing the three people looking at her with strange eyes made her very embarrassed. "Hey, do not look at me." She continued to point to the battle in front of her. "Isn't the battle over already?" Hearing this, Anthony laughed heartily. "Youth is so good." On this side, Warren walked and asked the secretary, "Has Rest reported the results of the battle?" He checked the information screen and immediately replied, "Yes, the squad led by Rest has defeated the invading Imperial army." At that moment, Cinderella's wristwatch rang a notification. Realizing who the sender was made her startled and called out, "Rest." He smiled gently and chatted with her. "Luckily it is you. We won." On this side, the secretary was somewhat surprised. "Hines is asking to see you. He is waiting at the door." Hearing this, Warren did not think much and immediately nodded, signaling, "Let him in." At this time, Hines also slowly stepped inside. He quickly walked closer, making Cinderella even more vigilant. As soon as he caught Warren's angry gaze, he hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. "I am sorry, Mr. Warren. I just discovered something." His face had become very embarrassed. "My secretary, Yingfeet, has arbitrarily used my authority to change the data, falsely accusing Cinderella's Silver Star defense system." Hearing this made Cinderella freeze on the spot for a moment. What is Hines saying? He continued to slowly take off his coat. "The person who committed the error is someone beside me. I cannot evade this responsibility." Looking at his actions made Warren somewhat stunned. "Hines, what are you doing?" He calmly handed his suit forward. "I request you to strip me of my position in the Parliament. I will peacefully stay at the Research Institute doing scientific research." Seeing him act like this, Cinderella had guessed Hines is so treacherous, directly dumping the responsibility on someone else, making himself very clean. This time Warren unhappily asked, "Where's Yingfeet?" He hurriedly reported. Before the matter was exposed, he ran away. Anthony laughed when he heard this. "How incompetent! You really should withdraw from the Parliament." Warren suddenly said loudly, "Teacher, do not make the matter more deceitful." He approached and gently pressed his hand on his suit. "This is not entirely your responsibility. You stand up first." Hines turned on the acting mode and tremblingly stood up. He did not forget to put his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Hines, I have seen your hard work and ability." This made him somewhat moved. "Your Excellency." Warren continued to pick up Hines's suit. "Your road is very long." Inside the room, he slowly put it on for him. "There are still many things that need to be learned. I believe you will remember today's lesson." After speaking, he did not forget to turn around and instruct. "During this period of time, you stay at home and close the door to reflect. We will fully capture Yingfeet." A series of these scenes had made Cinderella very angry. Acting is too good, damn it. It is a pity not to be an actor. While she was still thinking, Hines approached and looked at her with apologetic eyes. "I know you are blaming me, but I am also for the safety of the country. Cinderella, please forgive me." Her answer was, of course, no. She turned her head in another direction with disdain. On one side, Anthony kept tapping his hand on the chair. Is this matter over? His face had become very uncomfortable. Who will apologize to Rest? Hearing this, Warren also turned his head and suggested to him, "Rest is about to return. You publicly apologize to him." Hearing this, Hines was so angry that he clenched his fist. Should be. Not daring to face this matter, he quickly bowed his head. "Then I will go prepare first." At the same time, Anthony also slowly stood up to inform everyone. "I have to go prepare the handover documents for Rest's succession." Seeing the group of people leave, Cinderella also immediately turned around. "I have to go complete the foundation of the Silver Star defense system." Suddenly, Warren called her. "Cinderella, wait a moment." She walked closer to him in confusion. "What is the matter, Your Excellency?" His face was very calm as he quickly said his thoughts. "I know you are very outstanding, but Hines and Rest are also talents of the Federation. I hope you can try your best to handle the emotional problems well." Hearing this, she was speechless and did not know what to say. "If you have asked, then can I tell the truth?" Her words made Warren unconsciously step back. Cinderella stepped forward and declared loudly, "I have broken up with Hines very clearly, so there is no relationship between me and him." A strange smile appeared on her face, as if teasing him. "If you want to ask about emotional problems, can you help me persuade him?" Hearing this, Warren laughed and shook his head. "I am just giving a reminder." Realizing that there was not much time left, he immediately turned around and left. "It has been hard, go back and rest early." In the meantime, Cinderella approached from behind. "Can I ask you to help with one thing?" The scene shifted to the morning of the next day, which was also when Rest and his teammates returned. He quickly appeared at this place, and everyone bowed their heads respectfully. Seeing Rest had returned made all the girls around extremely excited. The hero has returned. Rest, rest, rest. The bodyguards kept pushing the reporters aside. "Get out, get out." Whispers also kept ringing around. "Isn't the parliament still questioning Hines? The speaker is so arrogant now. He must be in a bad mood. He has been slapped in the face." They kept looking at Rest. I did not expect Rest to really be able to fight against the pressure of public opinion and also win a big victory. It is really hateful. We were all led by the Dark Parliament. At this time, Hines had also stepped in front of him and smiled to greet him. "Welcome back." Rest was very uncomfortable when he saw his turnaround. He looked very disappointed but still said, "I know it is too late to say these words now, but I still need to apologize to you." Hines expressed his reverence by placing his hand on his chest. We were also blinded, making a wrong judgment. Hearing him say this, Rest coldly reminded him, "I accept the apology, but there is one thing I have to remind you." Hearing this, he felt very curious. He quickly came closer and whispered to him, "Fighting did not achieve your goal. This time you can push it to others. Be careful next time you can't retreat." After speaking, Rust left happily, leaving Hines angry there. On this side, Gusto stood, mixed in the crowd, and angrily scolded. I said, "Are you crazy? What are you doing, making me lead the welcome group?" Cinderella laughed and glared at him, who told me for the time being, do not say whether Rest can survive and return. Even if he can return, it will be over. The more she thought about it, the more angry she felt. "I am making you apologize. Take back every word." Unable to bear it anymore, Gusto turned his head and loudly scolded, "Didn't Speaker Hines apologize already?" No matter how angry he was, Cinderella did not care much. He apologizes is his business, you apologize is your business. Seeing Rest receiving flowers from other girls, his face became very smug. "You treat him so well, and what about him?" The more he spoke, the more he got carried away. Now he is so welcomed, and is about to become the youngest captain in history. What are you then? At this time, the girls kept surrounding Rest. "Rest, please accept my flowers, please sign for me." The bodyguards kept coming to block them. "Everyone, please step aside." Rest kept searching. On this side, Cinderella was still constantly reminding Gusto, "Gusto, you are so good at reasoning. You really should not be a soldier, but a politician." In her tone, there was somewhat of a contempt. Or is it that people from the #1 army are only good at boasting like you? Cinderella did not care about Gusto anymore and went straight to Rest. "Deliberately calling you here is to slap you in the face. Other things do not need to waste words." He kept loudly affirming in the back, "You have offended so many people because of him, you will regret it." But Cinderella did not listen to these words. She walked straight to Rest. It seems like she is waiting, related to Rest, a bright future. She suddenly stopped timidly, not daring to step forward. Should he continue to entangle with me? Thinking of herself now, Cinderella sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a hand pushed her forward and shouted, "Don't block the way!" Seeing the woman appearing in front of them had made everyone very surprised. It is Miss Lilith of the Vaughn family. Why is she here too? She is really a noble lady. Lilith slowly stepped in front of Rest and smiled to chat. "Rest, welcome back." He coldly ignored her and went straight to Cinderella. Looking at the situation made everyone around keep discussing, what is the situation? Rest actually rejected Miss Lilith? Then what is the relationship between him and that girl? Seeing this situation, she hurriedly ran away, trying to calm herself. What am I thinking? Why am I being influenced by people like Gusto? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Cinderella, I am very disappointed." Hearing this, she startled. Rest had stepped behind her at some point. I returned victoriously, but the first person I saw was not you. Looking at his disappointed look, she hurriedly shook her head to explain. No, because my body is not very healthy. This made him worried and hurriedly ran to her. What is wrong? Where are you not feeling well? She shook her head and said, You do not need to be nervous. But he did not care about these things and directly picked Cinderella up. I will take you to the hospital first. This scene made Lilith, who was witnessing it on one side, become very angry. Damn it. In the distance, there was also a person who was very uncomfortable with these scenes. That was Hines. Because she was too embarrassed, Cinderella hurriedly suggested, Rest, let me down. I do not feel uncomfortable now. He still looked at her with very worried eyes. But you are so red. Are you really okay? Her hands and feet gradually became unsteady as she explained, It is because the sun is too strong. He suddenly blocked the sunlight for her. Is that so? Is the sun shining on you? Rest's warm actions also made Cinderella's heart almost stop beating, so gentle, deliberately breaking the rules. He just smiled gently and said to her, Hold on tight. In front of everyone, he quickly carried her away. Is your body okay? He smiled and shook his head, basically recovered. Cinderella, really thank you. Time gradually shifted to the evening. Cinderella looked somewhat worriedly at Rest, who was still cooking. Is it really okay that you did not report? He gently turned around and put the plate of food in front of her. I already reported on the way back. That old man is now arguing in Parliament. Hearing him say this made Cinderella gradually remember the old man. Is it Captain Anthony? Rest laughed and continued to recount. That is right. It is probably still arguing. I should not go add fuel to the fire. She was still about to say something. Coincidentally, he was also about to say something. His face was very expectant. What do you want to say? Cinderella hurriedly turned her face in another direction and recounted. Do you know about Hines? In addition to him framing you, he also stood in front of the leader, using the dating relationship with me to make trouble. Hearing this had made him very angry and clenched his fist. I know it all. He uncomfortably clenched his fist. I almost forgot. Cinderella still can't accept my feelings now. Seeing that he looked strange made Cinderella stunned. Hines's voice is trembling. She hurriedly comforted his mood. You do not need to worry. I will make it clear about Hines in front of everyone. Hearing this, Rest breathed a sigh of relief. I do not want to discuss people behind their backs, but Hines's way of doing things is too despicable. She also had to nod to confirm this. This time it is lucky that we were prepared early. I won't let him have the opportunity to use me again in the future. Cinderella was somewhat surprised when she saw Rest hesitating, not speaking. At this time, his face slightly flushed and continued to stammer. There is also one important thing I want to tell you. I sent you the relevant information. She also looked at the documents sent on the watch. This time the Empire has installed a new type of device, which has the effect of effectively interfering with weapons. We need to quickly think of countermeasures. Hearing this, Cinderella understood and turned her head towards the room. I know. We are waiting to report this matter to the director. Rest did not forget to add, that is right, the little rabbit is also very well. This made her very happy. Really? Then that is great. Realizing that there was not much time left, Rest turned away. I have something to do. I am leaving first. At the same time, Cinderella also secretly calculated the next step. Taking this opportunity, I want to quickly kick Hines out. I can't wait any longer. Time shifted very quickly to the morning of the next day at the Research Institute. Cinderella, as usual, slowly stepped to this place. The people around kept discussing very enthusiastically. I heard the problem is from Hines. I did not expect it, so he was the one who was crying wolf. The people following Hines's faction had hurriedly turned to defend him. What nonsense are you talking about? It is clearly the problem of Hines's assistant, that is right? Do not falsely accuse good people. Seeing that Cinderella had appeared, made Little Thu very happy. That is great. You are finally back. She smiled and turned her head to ask her, have all the people arrived? She nodded to confirm, they have all arrived. In front of everyone, Cinderella spoke loudly. Everyone, today I have to announce one thing. Hearing her say this made everyone focus and listen silently. At the same time, Rest also stepped forward to examine the situation. Cinderella had secretly thought that she had to be determined. The matter of Hines framing me has touched my bottom line. After thinking for a short time, she quickly announced, "In the future, me and him, there will be no private relationship or cooperation anymore. We have completely ended it." Chalice also stepped forward to quickly dismiss the people who were still gathering. "Okay, everyone, go to work first." Remembering something, he turned his head to look at her. "Go to the director's room for a trip. There is something urgent." While Cinderella was turning to leave, little Thu suddenly pulled her hand. "Cinderella." Because she was too curious, she turned her head in surprise to see the situation. Seeing Rest standing there, she continued to recount to him. "Did you hear? I and Hines have completely broken up." Rest's face slightly flushed. He smiled and nodded. Understandingly, "I heard." Cinderella did not forget to come closer and whisper in his ear, "This time you can rest assured, right?" He was still trying to keep himself calm, I know. Realizing that there was not much time left, Cinderella continued to go to work. Chalice was surprised when he saw this scene. Doing such a big thing. It turns out it is to tell someone to listen to. Little Thu was very happy. "It is so sweet, I am dying." He quickly turned his head and hit little Thu. "Go quickly fix the data. There are too many mistakes this morning." The scene shifted to the interior of the director's office. Cinderella said, "Related to the report last night, I have also had a direction. Very soon it will be able to proceed with the research." His face was somewhat thoughtful, making her very confused. "Director?" In a period of thought, he quickly stood up. "With your ability, I am not worried about your research. I'm wanting to ask you about another thing." Cinderella looked at the director somewhat curiously. "What does the director want to ask?" He smiled gently and asked, "You and Hines have broken up. Have you thought about Chalice?" Hearing this familiar name made her freeze on the spot. "What are you saying?" While she was still stunned, the director continued to explain. "Rest, that kid. You do not use strong medicine. I am afraid it won't work. You have to create a sense of urgency for him." After going outside, Cinderella slowly closed the door. She thoughtfully pondered the things he said, and at this moment Chalice also walked towards her. "Did my dad make things difficult for you?" She quickly looked around and waved him over. After he came closer, Cinderella whispered in Chalice's ear, "I want to tell you a secret." "Does the director often secretly research emotional problems?" He seemed to have understood something. "Did he say that to you?" She laughed and shook her head. "It is nothing. It is nothing." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What are you two doing?" Chalice and Cinderella turned around at the same time. Rest was standing there waiting. Cinderella was about to explain something. And at this moment the director appeared. "Rest." He smiled and stepped forward to ask, "Aren't you supposed to go attend the inauguration ceremony? Why have not you left yet?" He shook his head seriously and explained, "Before officially taking office, I am still Cinderella's chief guard, prioritizing protecting her." Hearing this, he laughed with great interest. "Is that so? I have something, and I happen to want to ask for your opinion." The director quickly pulled Cinderella and Chalice closer together. "We have not had any happy events in the hospital for a long time. Cinderella happens to be single, so I am wondering if I can match these two up." Hearing this, he blushed and called out Dad, but he was very interested in what he had just said. Both are research talents and have many common topics, and they are working together. Time waits for no one. Hearing this joking made Cinderella have to go along. Right, that sounds... But she was trying to keep herself calm. Bear with it, must bear with it, the director is helping, can't interfere at this time. Unable to bear it anymore, Rest quickly grabbed Cinderella's hand and pulled her forward. His face had some thought as he said, "Come out with me for a while." Cinderella turned her head to look back. The director was still constantly encouraging, "Go for it." At that moment, Chalice unhappily asked quickly, "Dad, are you really my biological dad, using me as a shield? Do you know Rest is good at fighting?" He very seriously continued to remind, "Single dog, you only have a little value." This made little Thu, who was witnessing it on one side, laugh with interest. Chalice approached her and quickly pulled her to the side. Watching the excitement and not hiding properly, "Go work overtime and adjust the data today." Realizing that she had to do more work made her very angry. "Why am I always the one who gets calculated?" The scene shifted to the outside. Cinderella hurriedly followed Rest. Seeing him still standing there made her very confused. What is wrong with you? Just thinking about what had happened just now made him very angry. His face revealed obvious discomfort. You, Cinderella, was even more expectant. What do you want to say? Contrary to her expectations, Rest smiled sadly and explained, "It is nothing. He has a very good family background, very suitable for you." Seeing his reaction like that also made Cinderella freeze on the spot for a moment. Wait, why did I forget about this? The matter of parents affecting Rest's psychology is also an important reason why he does not dare to be with Cinderella. Thinking of the plan that had been made her even more confused. Director, you are a bit harmful." Seeing that she still had no reaction, Rest bowed his head and continued, "Even if my body has recovered, it will only involve you in suspicion." Just remembering his fate made him very helpless. "I have not told you, but you already know everything, my parents." Before he could finish speaking, Cinderella shouted loudly, "Enough, Rest!" Seeing that he still refused to open his mouth made her even more angry. That was their choice? It has nothing to do with you. You can't use other people's mistakes to torture yourself. Speaking of this, Cinderella's face turned slightly red. Also torturing the people around who care about you and like you. These words made Rest stunned for a moment. "Cinderella, you?" Just thinking of what he had said earlier made her even more angry. When will you be able to seriously recognize your own feelings? Hearing this, he hurriedly turned his face in another direction. "I said, you should not choose me." She quickly used her hand to turn his face to face her. Cinderella's face had become very sincere. "Do you really want me to be with Chalice, fall in love, and get married? You can only look at me from afar." Hearing this ending made him somewhat unwilling and trembling. "If doing so will make you happier." She laughed somewhat sadly. "I knew early on that you were a stubborn person, otherwise you would not have fallen into that ending." Cinderella gently looked straight into Rest's sad eyes. "Finally I understand. I should not reason with you, but wait for you to say your own heart." Her face turned slightly red as she decided, "But I should directly act." Before Rest could react, Cinderella pounced and kissed him. Time seemed to stand still, and she slowly let him go. Remembering the actions just now had made Rest's face turn completely red. "You, how could you?" she angrily scolded. "It is too late. It is all too late for you to say anything." Cinderella continued to reassure what he was worried about. "I do not care about the matter of your parents. Those things have no meaning to me." She continued to look at the boy right in front of her. "Only you, the person you, the things you do are meaningful to me." Hearing this, Rest gently placed his hand on her face. "You will regret it." Cinderella did not bother to listen to these words and laughed to tease, "If I regret it, then that is my business. What are you relying on to decide for me?" She quickly instructed, "I have made it clear to you. You can slowly think it over." Seeing that there was not much time left, she turned to leave. "You should go to the inauguration ceremony. I have to go research and design new weapons." Remembering the kiss just now had made Rest's face turn completely red. Cinderella. The scene shifted to a planet outside the border. Yingfei was still having to run and hide. The more he thought about it, the more angry he felt. How much longer will these days of hiding last? He quickly called and scolded, "Your Excellency, I relied on your instructions to escape here, but this place is too dangerous." Hines inside the room had become very relaxed. "There is no other way. Who told you to do the wrong thing?" The more he spoke, the more angry Yingfei became. "We all know the truth. I am taking the blame for you." He did not care much about these words. "Thinking about our status, even if you go expose others, it will be considered slander. Why make things difficult for yourself?" Hearing this, he angrily said loudly, "Don't force me." At the same time, a bodyguard had gradually approached him. As if he had guessed something, Hines laughed and added, "You obediently work for me. Wait for the future. There will still be a chance to stand under the sun. Otherwise, you can only spend this life rotting on the border planet." The more he spoke, the more angry he became and used force. "You calculate so much. What do you want me to do in the end?" Hines quickly stood up and looked outside. "Recently, I can't directly contact the people of the Empire. I need you to help me convey the news." This had made Yingfei very scared, and he hurriedly shouted, "Didn't you say it is just using their power, not directly participating?" He seemed to not care much about these words. The leader is only 40 years old and already confused. I have to prepare early. It seemed like he was secretly taking over everything. After all, the future of the Federation still has to rely on me. After hanging up the phone, Yingfight had become very uncomfortable. What a madman, should I run away? He continued to look at the watch on his hand. I can find rescue, but who should I go find? At a meeting, Anthony quickly awarded the medal to Rest. In the future, you will become the temporary commander representing the number 10 army. He stood in front of everyone and pinned the badge on his chest. In the future, you must remember your responsibility. Protect the Federation. Hearing this, he bowed his head understandingly. Yes, I will definitely not fail your expectations. On this side, the scientist looked at this scene and kept discussing. I do not know how Rest is so lucky. Being contaminated and being able to recover miraculously. Recovering is also enough. And also making a contribution and directly becoming the temporary commander. They regarded this as a very interesting thing. This young commander, there has never been a precedent. What is there to admire? The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Coincidentally, at this time, Cinderella was also passing by the group of people. It is just a small number 10 army. The Federation has up to 10 such armies. Seeing Cinderella's gaze made the group of people a little startled. She had guessed who they were talking about. Right? Seeing that the situation was a little awkward, they hurriedly made up a reason. I just remembered I have other things to do. My data is probably almost finished too. Seeing these people leave, Cinderella laughed smugly. Waste? Just thinking of her Rest being so capable made her very proud. This is Rest's life. Bright and glorious, not like in the original, dying in an unknown corner. I hope everything I can do now is right. Realizing that there was something wrong made Cinderella startle in surprise. She turned her head in confusion to look back. Why did he appear so fast? Inside the meeting, Warren stepped forward to congratulate. I can also be considered to have relieved some of the worries. Anthony angrily looked at Hines. What are you calling him here for? On such a big day? Is the house arrest order over? He had become so angry that he used force, but still pretended to be calm. I know I was wrong. I won't make mistakes again. At the same time, Warren also smiled and approached. Rest to chat. Rest and Hines are both the hope of the Federation. There will be no shortage of opportunities for cooperation in the future. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Shake hands and make peace. Okay? There was no other way. The two could only shake hands together. But at this time, Hines had whispered in Rest's ear. I hope you, sitting in this position, can sit for a long time, but... Before he could finish speaking, he coldly pushed away. Don't get so close to me. He laughed very smugly. You do not have time to go to the research institute. Then you have to be careful, maybe. Hines continued to ridicule. Cinderella will take the opportunity when you are not there to bewitch another person. Rest's face had become very uncomfortable with these words. You came here today, is to say this to me. He turned his head to ask Warren's secretary, has the live broadcast ended? He nodded to confirm, it is over. Unable to bear it anymore, he quickly slapped Cinderella in the face. I have really endured you for a long time. Time seemed to stand still, and he painfully fell backward. Remembering his actions just now had made him very angry. Rest, are you crazy? This is the Parliament building. You dare to attack me. Rest did not care much about the words he said. You deserve to be hit. Hines also could not bear it anymore and hurriedly rushed forward to attack. Even so, his strength could not compare to Rest. Remembering the words he said earlier had made him even more angry. Dare your mouth say uncleanly again, try it. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of them made everyone somewhat worried. Guards, quickly come and stop them. Anthony kept clapping to congratulate. Great. Punch him. I have long seen him as unpleasant. Warren had a speechless look and glanced at him. Teacher, are you still adding fuel to the fire? The guards also arrived in time to block them. Rest, Warren seriously reminded. If you are not afraid of pain, then continue. The guards also helped Hines to stand up. He only knew to hate, Rest. Because he was too humiliated, he quickly pushed the guard to the side. She is my girlfriend. How dare you be so arrogant? He uncomfortably kept questioning him. Are you sure? Do you want me to say all the things you have done? Hearing this had made Hines angry to the point of turning green. You! Unable to bear it anymore, Warren loudly reminded. Are you guys not ashamed? Do you want me to today to let all of you? Before he could finish teaching, Anthony had tiredly shook his head. I am not very well, Warren. I can't stand stimulation. He helplessly did not know what to say. Teacher, you do not need to be like this. There was no other way. He could only turn his head to inform everyone. Everyone at the scene must sign a confidentiality agreement. Not a word of today's events can be revealed to the outside. He continued to look at Hines and Rest. You two, go back and write me a 10,000-word review each. I will personally read it. Rest quickly bowed his head. Yes, I have something to do. I am leaving first. After seeing Rest leave, Warren kept reminding, Hines, focus your mind on official matters. Do not let me down again. After speaking, he and the secretary left this place. Remembering the humiliating things that had happened had made Hines even more angry. Rest, harming me to lose face like this, I will definitely make you pay it back. At this time, his subordinate reached out to report, Sir, there is new news from the Research Institute. He unhappily turned his head to question, What is it? The subordinate's voice trembled slightly as he recounted, Cinderella announced to everyone, she and you have officially broken up. Unable to bear it anymore, he quickly reached out to call Linda continuously. After seeing the other end accept the call, his face became uncomfortable. Linda, why did not you tell me about Cinderella sooner? She turned her head to look at Cinderella, chatting intimately with the director, and recounted, because the emotional matters of the two of you are not very important right now. This made Hines very uncomfortable. What do you mean by that? Linda secretly thought of Cinderella and reported, to deal with the new equipment of the Empire, Cinderella has researched a new type of weapon and is preparing to experiment. Hearing this made him very angry and shouted, What did you say? Why is it so fast? She laughed lightly and added, Don't you and I know that Cinderella is a genius? Just thinking of Hines' feeling for her made her even more hateful. If it was not for that, then we would have been able to be openly together. Why are you still holding on to her? Hines sighed wearily and reminded, Don't speak in this tone. It is all for our future. Linda turned and left, kept asking, You would better be able to do what you say, so what should we do next? He quickly tidied up his clothes and walked outside. Rest has become the temporary commander. Luckily, it is only temporary. There is still time to destroy him. All these things were listened to by the secretary behind him. At the same time, Linda also quickly hung up the phone. Just deal with Rest, right? On this side, little Thew stretched comfortably in exhaustion. Damn Kellys. Always exploiting people. So tired. Remembering something, she kept sending text messages to spread. Today, Gossip Daily is telling everyone a story. This story is completely fictional. If there is any similarity, it is purely coincidental. Little Thew had become very expectant. Interesting. I like to hear stories the most. The story was also slowly recounted. If, let us assume there is a person, his mother is a spy of the Empire. After the incident, the biological father also died because of it, but that person can still join the army and sit in a high position. It seemed like she had realized the abnormality and looked at the computer screen. Wait, is not this? Rest? The number of viewers has reached 300,000. She hurriedly stood up worriedly and realized the situation. It is over. Why is it just today? He just got promoted. Little Thew hurriedly took the information and ran into the room to shout, Cinderella, it is not good. Someone is playing tricks. Cinderella on this side was still focused on researching and discussing with the director and Chalice. Looking at this situation made her a little embarrassed and did not know what to say. Everyone is here. Ah. Cinderella at this time also calmly put the tablet aside. She turned her head and asked, What is the matter? Chalice laughed and teased. So rushed. Come in and say. Little Thew very hastily held the tablet and said everything. Someone revealed the matter of Rest's biological parents. Now there are 500,000 viewers already. This news made everyone freeze on the spot for a moment. The situation is not very good. Hearing this, the director sighed helplessly. This matter was not very big at the beginning. Then Rest's parents both died, and from then on no one mentioned that matter anymore. Chalice seemed to have understood the purpose of the people behind. During this period, digging up old things again is not the purpose too obvious. At the same time, the director had also received new news. The latest news, after taking office, Rest and Hines fought. This news made Cinderella even more stunned. What? He continued to recount to her. The leader seems to be very angry, not satisfied with rest. Cinderella calmly held the information on the tablet, fought, at the Parliament Hall, in front of everyone. She slowly put the tablet down on the table. It must be that bastard Hines who did something bad again, or it is related to me. Hearing this, Chalise was somewhat surprised. Sometimes I really admire my trust and rest. Hearing this, the director angrily hit him. Still talking, giving you the opportunity, and you do not value it. Cinderella at this time only laughed and explained to everyone, I understand, Rest. There is only one possibility. She quickly said her thoughts to everyone. Hines has been very popular recently. Unfortunately, there is nothing good, so he needs to quickly pull himself out of public opinion. Little Thu very wearily sat down on the chair and sighed. So you have to create a bigger wave, and just right, you can also avenge Rest. Hearing this, Chalise surprisingly rubbed her head. Not wrong. Her face had become very disappointed. I of course know, I just did not think that. Her eyes had some resentment before Hines's actions. Chairman Hines is usually so excellent, but behind is such a person, it is really too disappointing to others. In the meantime, Cinderella was still constantly reviewing the news on the tablet screen. It seems that the number of viewers is still increasing. It is not good to continue like this. You have to think of a way to turn off this live broadcast first. The moment she pressed stop made her somewhat surprised. The tablet screen suddenly changed. It turned out that someone had shut down the channel. Who did it? In Cinderella's head there was only one name, Leonard. And so Cinderella left. I have found someone to hack the live broadcast. This made her very happy. So simple and rough, really worthy of you? Cinderella's face had become somewhat serious. But my people also found something. It seemed like she realized that the subsequent plans would be even more troublesome. Someone has accepted a task. It is one step too late, but the goal is to pull her in. She only silently looked at the scene right in front, wanting to let her and Rest be destroyed together. Thinking of the way to deal with it later had made Cinderella not want to face it. Can think of, the trouble will come continuously. Even so, she happily turned away and comfortably enjoyed this life, but who is destroyed, it is not certain yet. She quickly made a suggestion to the director. The experiment of the new weapons has been approved. Can it be put into use as soon as possible? Hearing this, he quickly nodded in agreement. Realizing that there was not much time left, Cinderella turned and left. Then I will trouble everyone. I have some personal matters, asking for a few days off. Her actions had made the director become very stunned. Why do I feel that? This child is more like the director than me. Chalise also slowly picked up the tablet. Quickly grasped the time. There is still a lot to do. On this side, loud voices kept ringing. The temporary commander of the Federation is actually an internal spy of the Empire. Let us review the spy cases of the past 10 years. Mocking voices kept ringing. The rising star in the ranks of the army just got promoted and was suspended. The comments kept appearing. Comment 1, that person's parents did that because of the internal spy case and died unclearly. Comment 2, what kind of good thing? Different comments exploded on social media. Comment 2, people fought to kill the enemy. You are only good at talking. Comment 3, victory. Who knows how it was obtained? Comment 1, Imperial internal spies to the border. Is not it like returning to their hometown? Comment 2, dismiss, resign. With such a stain, still want to be the commander. Comment 3, agree, dismiss, rest. This made Lilith's examination slightly surprised. In the meantime, Renault quickly sat down right next to her. Are you still very angry? I did not expect it. Rest actually came from a family of internal spies. He gave a very mocking smile. He also deserves to be some kind of temporary commander. Very uncomfortable with these words, she quickly splashed the glass of wine on his face. Enough. Shut your mouth for me. Her actions had made Renault freeze on the spot for a moment. Lilith, you... But she still did not care and kept scolding. A hero like him. How can he be an internal spy? I think you guys are crazy. The scolding had attracted everyone to turn their heads to see the situation at the same time. Renault uncomfortably kept wiping the glass of wine on his face. The evidence has been laid out in front of you. You still do not believe it. Lilith still did not give in and kept reminding. What evidence? Is not it saying that Rest's mother is an internal spy? She continuously announced to everyone in the bar, Rest's father was a general from more than 10 years ago. He has how many military exploits? You do not mention a word. After speaking, these words made her uncomfortably glare at Renault and Rest. Before he even had to go to the border to fight and was infected, almost lost his life. Not to mention leaving the army. Lilith had completely lost control to the point of pulling on Renault's collar. Her face seemed to have turned into a completely different person. I am telling you, those things can be fake, right? At this time, another person quickly came to persuade her. Aren't you discussing the news? Do not be so excited, Lilith. She also did not care much about anyone and kept scolding. You too. You are the kind of person who does not care about the truth and messes everything up. It is not a good thing either. After speaking, she quickly turned to leave. Being used by others and still being so happy. How can I drink with you? Renault called back in confusion. Where are you going, Lilith? She angrily turned her head and announced, I am going to find Rest, because she had thought in her head, he must be very sad now. My chance has come.